Chapter 6:11. Darkwill lay there, momentarily forgetting to stand up as his mind went blank. Ever since he had matured, he had never encountered such an incident where he tripped over himself. This was even more so after he had consumed the magic potion and his body had been strengthened to a certain extent. But today, he had fallen for no reason. It was simply inexplicable. Did I step on something just now? Darkwill jolted to his senses as he propped himself up with his palm and stood up, pretending that he wasn't the one who had fallen. He looked left and right but did not find anything strange on the ground. With a heart full of doubts, he took a few steps forward with difficulty and picked up the milky white die. At this moment, a patrolling police officer seemed to have noticed the abnormality here. He held his baton and pressed his hand on his revolver as he jogged over. Upon seeing this scene, Darkwill suddenly felt worried, suspecting if he had stepped into a trap. They caught the old man, but they didn't come looking for me. In fact, they were secretly monitoring me, waiting for me to find clues? Now that I have this strange die, they are so eager to come out? The official Beyonders are here to capture me? Darkwill's instinctive reaction was to turn around and run, but the fall from before was rather heavy. His knees hurt and he could only take small steps. Seeing the patrolling police officers approach, he couldn't run even if he wanted to. Darkwill's mind immediately surfaced the image of the underground prison, the environment that was forever lit by candlelight, and the Beyonders who were imprisoned in the darkness, panting like monsters. What happened? The patrolling police officer held his pistol and asked cautiously from a certain distance. Darkwill suddenly felt an irrepressible sense of horror. With a flick of his wrist, the milky white die he had just picked up fell to the ground and tumbled a few times. This time, there were 6 red dots pointing up. Faced with the policeman's scrutiny, Darkwill replied with a trembling voice, "That's right. I stepped on a damn banana peel and fell." As soon as he said that, his heart skipped a beat because there was no banana peel on the ground. Damn it, I was too nervous. I might as well say that I tripped myself, Darkwill thought in frustration. He decided to summon the owl perched on the opposite roof to prepare for its final struggle. The patrolling police officer glanced at him and chuckled. "Don't forget to look at your feet when you walk. I thought you were robbed." He loosened his grip on the revolver and walked back with the club in hand. Darkwill watched in a daze as the policeman's back grew further and further away. He didn't understand why the policeman would so easily believe his words that were filled with mistake. He retracted his gaze and looked at the milky white die lying quietly on the ground. His brows gradually furrowed. "I'm not a pure Rouen citizen. These police officers don't need to please me. Could it be that it's working? Whether it was my strange fall or the strange persuasion of the police officers, it was all because of it. It's the important sealed artifact that teacher is safekeeping?" Darkwill quickly made the connection as he carefully proceeded forward. He picked up the die again and stuffed it back into the tiny ring box. Inside, the die didn't have any room to spin. Signaling his owl with his eyes, Darkwill picked up the news bulletin he had previously bought, stopped a rental carriage, and limped onto it. His destination was the Red Theater. As the carriage drove steadily, the light from the gas lamps on both sides of the street only shone in a little because night had already fallen. He wasn't in a rush to study the ring box and the die inside. He patiently waited until he reached home. After entering the herb store and heading up to the residential area on the second floor, he lit the gas wall lamp and chased Silly Bird out of the room. He sat in front of his desk and repeatedly checked the ring box and the milky white die. Finally, he took out a piece of paper that was folded to the size of half a knuckle from the ring box's bottom compartment. Darkwill silently drew a breath and quickly unfolded the piece of paper. He discovered that there were indeed 3 paragraphs of text written in ancient Faesac. "If I don't appear 3 days from the appointed time, it means that I've been betrayed and arrested. Therefore, don't rashly seek help from the other members of the guild. This is because I'm unable to determine who did it. This will bring you great danger. There's only one thing you need to do, and that's to bring that die to Orvie Island and hand it to the port city's bellringer Carnot. My teacher, Counselor Ricardo, is hiding there. He'll handle the rest. Don't worry that I'll divulge this secret. After I finish writing this letter, all the relevant memories will completely vanish. I won't even remember you as an apprentice until I'm rescued. Remember, try not to use that die. It has a certain living characteristic. The more you use it, the easier it is for it to awaken. It will spin itself when you aren't paying attention, even if there's no space. When it's fixed at 1, please believe me, you will suffer more pain than death. This is because you will fail in nearly everything you do, including your favorite activities in bed. Indeed, this die is very dangerous. Darkwill subconsciously sighed before realizing that he had done something foolish out of good intentions. In order to rescue his teacher, Roy King, he had overcome his cowardice and stayed in Byam. He had also sent a request for help to the members of the Life School of Thought who knew of him. And according to the contents of the letter, this meant that he might very well be targeted by the person who betrayed Roy King. Why didn't you say so earlier? No, why didn't I think of buying this die earlier? Darkwill raised his hands and tugged at his hair. He didn't dare stay here any longer. He decided to move his residence that night and buy an illegal ticket. He planned on heading to Orvie Island the next morning. It was an island on the Rorstad archipelago, Toscarter Island route. My charms, my pistol, my bullets. Darkwill busily counted the items that could provide him with a sense of security, worrying over his lack of combat strength. He quickly had an idea as he paced back and forth, mumbling, I need to hire a bodyguard. I need to hire a bodyguard. Hire a bodyguard. Who should I hire? How much will it cost? As Darkwill pondered, he swept his gaze across the copy of news bulletin he had brought back. Suddenly, he thought of an excellent bodyguard. German Sparrow. A powerful adventurer who can hunt a pirate worth 5,400 pounds. If he's willing to take on this mission, I should be able to successfully reach Orvie Island as long as a counselor doesn't take action. How do I find him? Right. I have to post notices in the bars where adventurers often hang out. Darkwill nodded indiscernibly as he stuffed a small number of items back into the suitcase he had previously packed. With the plump owl, he left the herb store once again with his heart aching. Outside the Rorstad archipelago, in a tiny harbor belonging to Rouen, the Black Death was parked there without any qualms. It was surrounded by 3 ships. Vice Admiral Aylmont Tracy, who had just taken a hot bath, was wearing a loose man's shirt. She was doing the final treatment for her wounds that had basically healed. To a demoness, things like acne marks and scars didn't exist. At this moment, the blonde attendant knocked on the door and walked into the captain's cabin after receiving permission. She glanced at Tracy and looked away with a blushing face. Captain, there's a telegram from Byam that was sent to this harbor. Missile, the 3rd mate has been killed. Tracy stopped and her expression turned solemn as she hesitantly asked, What's wrong? She hesitantly asked, Do you know who did it? She had sent Wormtongue Missile to Byam to investigate the assault. Firstly, it was to punish him for his dereliction of duty, and secondly, it was to announce that she was heavily injured, luring people with ill intentions to attack again. She didn't expect Missile to make any breakthroughs in a short period of time. When the demigod that the demoness of unaging called the Death Consul came to pay a visit, she had deliberately concealed the matter and didn't quickly inform Missile. She allowed the punishment to continue, believing that it would be good if he could figure out anything. It wouldn't be too disappointing even if he didn't. As for whether Missile would encounter danger, she didn't care. It was a part of the punishment. But she never expected that Missile would be killed so quickly. The blonde attendant handed over the telegram and said, An adventurer named German Sparrow. An adventurer named German Sparrow. What can be confirmed is that he used a beyonder power that's similar to Dragon's Might. German Sparrow. Dragon's Might. Heh. Zillings also knows dragons might. He likely used creeping hunger to graze a psychiatrist or hypnotist. Tracy took the telegram and sneered as she muttered to herself. She could preliminarily confirm that German Sparrow had disguised himself as Elaine to attack her. Furthermore, he had used the powers of the Faceless that Zillings grazed. Creeping hunger is on him, and behind him is an ancient demigod that Mother calls the Death Consul. Does this mean that Zillings was killed by that Death Consul? Tracy muttered silently as she waved her hand to dismiss the blonde maidservant. When the door to the captain's cabin closed once again, she chuckled and said, "If I were to divulge this information, the organization that instigated Zillings to assassinate the Duke of Negan will definitely be very interested." For a brief moment she really had the urge to do so, but her rationality stopped her. This was because it meant directly offending the Death Consul, and in a situation where he had only been recognized once, the suspect who leaked the information could immediately be pinpointed to her. When the time comes, unless I hide by Mother's side, I'll always be shrouded in the shadow of death. I don't need to be that afraid of other saints. If they want to attack me, they have to first find me. Furthermore, there will be a certain level of warning, so it will take quite some time for them to arrive. I have plenty of opportunities to avoid danger, but that Death Consul can use the spirit world to traverse. As long as he can determine my location, he will quickly appear beside me. Tracy bit her lip as she thought in frustration. She gave up on her previous plans and decided to only pay attention to German Sparrow's whereabouts. Once a good opportunity appeared, she wouldn't let it go. And at this moment, Klein was still staying in the Tina Hotel, waiting for the bounty to arrive. Chapter 6:12. Lord of the Mysteries will be suspended for a day tomorrow. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 6:13. 10 in the evening, Swordfish Bar. Klein, who hadn't received his bounty after waiting the entire afternoon, specially went out and circled around Oz Kent. He received the answer that the process had been completed, but the money would only be distributed the next morning. He also disguised himself and participated in the private transactions of the adventurers in Swordfish Bar. Unfortunately, he failed to discover the main ingredient or mystical item of the Nimblewright Master Potion. Changing back to his original appearance, Klein pressed down on his top hat and attempted to squeeze through the crowd to leave the bar that was at its most lively and bustling stage. At this moment, gazes swept across his face. Most of them were first taken aback before clearly pausing for 2 seconds, as though they were trying to identify something. Suddenly, they retracted their gazes and retreated far away from Klein like a tide that had been parted. They had already learned of German Sparrow's looks and strength from the newspapers and rumors. More details had gradually spread among adventurers, pirates, and gang members, allowing many people to gain a basic understanding of the situation back then. They knew that the moment German Sparrow discovered Wormtongue Missile King, he had instantly drawn his gun and shot. Therefore, everyone consciously distanced themselves from the dangerous fellow. The merchant, Ralph, was drinking at the bar when he suddenly sensed something amiss. He instinctively turned his body and looked over. He quickly saw a silent gentleman with a thin face and sharp features. His mind naturally surfaced the corresponding portrait published in the news. The German Sparrow who hunted Wormtongue. Right on the heels of that, Ralph recalled the casual conversation he had with the leader of the resistance, Kalot, in the evening. He confirmed that the crazy adventurer in front of him wasn't averse to see God, and had even witnessed the private transaction between the Resistance and Vice Admiral Iceberg. Perhaps I can develop him into a believer of Sea God. Even if he isn't interested in the archipelago's future, he might be able to provide help in certain matters. Ralph clasped his hands and placed them by his mouth, as though he was blowing a conch. This was one of the gestures used to pray to Sea God Cavituous. Then, he suddenly got up and walked towards German Sparrow with a beer glass in hand. At this moment, Klein also noticed Ralph's approach and recognized him. He was a devout believer who once offered a third of his £20,000 to the sea god. That was the former pirate who was now a merchant who was sent to the Children's Charity Fund. Through the news about the Charity Foundation and Ralph's devout prayers, Luke had a good understanding of Ralph. Therefore, he was very confused as to why Ralph would try to get in touch with the German Sparrow. A commission? Things that the resistance army was unable to do for various reasons? Klein looked at Ralph and slowed down. Mr. Gehrman Sparrow? Ralph raised the beer glass in his hand. Klein nodded and naturally maintained his persona. I don't know you. Haha, it's always easy for adventurers to get to know each other. Maybe all it takes is a glass of wine. Ralph pointed at the bar. Are you interested in a glass? Okay, Klein answered simply, hiding his doubts. Sitting at the corner of the bar counter, he ordered a glass of Southville beer. As he drank, he looked at Ralph without taking the initiative to speak. It wasn't a good experience to be silently stared at by a pirate admiral. Ralph drank a mouthful of beer to conceal his tense nerve. He laughed. I've heard of you. Before today's matter, I knew that you were a true gentleman who didn't discriminate against the natives of the colony. Lines flashed through Klein's mind before he finally fixed on a few words that suited his persona. Get to the point. Ralph nearly choked as he coughed lightly. Do I have the honor of introducing you to our God, the savior of the archipelago, the blessed of the sea, Cavituous? As you know, the sea is so vast and the storms are so terrifying. Even a mighty figure at the level of the four kings cannot guarantee that he will be able to overcome the various difficulties and survive. At such times we need a deity who can respond to you, a deity who wields the authority of the sea and storms. Introduce me to me, then get me to believe in myself. Klein controlled the twitching of the corners of his mouth as he said, I'm more interested in whether you have any mystical items. What I'm more interested in is if you have any mystical items, ones that are very powerful and offensive. Ralph revealed a sincere smile. We don't. But as long as you piously believe in Sea God, there might come a day when you will receive the corresponding bestowment. I don't. Don't make random promises for me. Klein was momentarily amused and infuriated. He felt that there was no way to continue the conversation, so he downed half a cup of Southville beer. I'll think about it. Just as he was about to leave, the bartender suddenly came over and smiled shyly. Mr. German Sparrow, there's a request for you. What is it? Klein swept a glance at Ralph. The latter tactfully held his beer and left his seat. He was already very satisfied with today's outcome. This was because he never expected to develop the crazy adventurer into a believer of Sea God in one go. His goal was to let him know of such a possibility and take the initiative to consider the pros and cons. When the corner of the bar returned to silence, the bartender hurriedly said with a smile, He claims to be an apothecary, you know. He claims to be a pharmacist that you know, and he has a mission for you. If you're interested, you can wait here. We'll contact him according to the agreed method. An apothecary I know? The chubby Darkwill? Darkwill who rears a chubby owl? What kind of request would he have? Save his teacher, Roy King? I can't do such a thing. The risk is just too high. As his thoughts raced, Klein decided to first hear what the request was. All right. When it was almost 11, Klein met the cowering chubby apothecary Darkwill in billiard room 3 of Swordfish Bar. He had already changed out of his relatively conspicuous village Dr. robe and was dressed like a native, a taraba shirt, wide-legged pants, and a thick coffee-colored jacket. As for the round-faced owl, it was silently perched on Darkwill's right shoulder as it stared intently at the adventurer opposite it. It's very similar to the way Miss Justice sizes up the other tarot members. This owl might really be a beyonder creature, a spectator type? Klein made a judgment inwardly, but he didn't show it on his face. He asked in a deep voice, What request do you have? It's like this. The chubby apothecary had his left hand in his pocket as he clenched the ring box tightly. I'm about to go on a trip to another island. It will take about 3 days. Due to certain matters, I might encounter danger. Of course, it's also possible that I won't. In short, I need a bodyguard, and you are the best candidate I can think of. You make it sound as though I'm not that powerful, but you know very few people. Instead of saving my teacher and leaving Byam, you're seeking help? Or could it be that he has already been rescued, and the danger comes from the military's pursuit? As Klein guessed the truth of the matter, he calmly asked, How dangerous is it? How dangerous is it? Darkwill's lips quivered a few times. I can't be sure. If the danger exceeds your capabilities, you can directly hand me over to them. This is a promise we made now. It won't ruin your reputation. If I didn't know that your words are always harsh, I would have thought that you were trying to goad me into doing so. Klein thought for a moment. What kind of payment can you pay? Darkwill originally wanted to directly say the answer he had long thought of, but he was momentarily hesitant. This was because the matter was indeed very dangerous. If he didn't have enough bargaining chips, it would be very difficult to move the German sparrow. He was afraid that the bodyguard would give up resisting before the situation became hopeless. This was also the reason why he had to hire a powerhouse. Klein swept a glance at him and said coldly, You can consider it first. You can consider it first. I'll head to the washroom. You can tell me the answer when I return. With that said, he turned around and walked to the door. He twisted the handle and stepped out. His response appeared experienced, with the coolness and coldness of an adventurer or bounty hunter. But in fact, he didn't really want to give the chubby apothecary time to think. He was purely finding an opportunity to head to the washroom and divine above the gray fog. This was the crux of the matter if he wanted to take on the mission. After leaving the billiard room and coming to the washroom, Klein lined up for a while before finally waiting for an empty toilet. As soon as he entered, he frowned. He was disgusted by the filthy environment and the stench. He almost turned around and left. He resisted the urge to close the door and hit the flush button in disgust. As he lamented the harsh environment of the divination, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and began the ritual. In the chess room, Darkwill waited until Gehrman Sparrow's back completely vanished before he nimbly closed the door and asked the owl on his shoulder, There's no need for that. Will he betray me? No, muttered the owl. And be polite when you ask me questions. Mr. Harry, please. The fat on Darkwill's face trembled. Mr. Harry, what do you think he will accept? It's hard for me to see through him. He's good at hiding his expressions, the owl replied calmly. Damn Mr. Harry, no, damn the silly bird. Darkwill cursed inwardly as he paced back and forth, considering his bargaining chips. After a while, Klein returned to billiard room 3 and asked, Have you thought it through? He had already divined above the gray fog, and the danger of the mission was acceptable. Furthermore, he happened to be planning on leaving Byam in the near future. £800 for 3 days, as well as our friendship. I'm referring to the friendship between my teacher and his friends, Darkwill said without much confidence. Klein fell silent for a few seconds. £1,000 for 3 days. In addition, your organization will help me obtain a powerful offensive mystical item. I will pay in cash according to a reasonable price. £1,000? I don't have that much. Darkwill hesitated for a moment before saying, I'll pay £300 in advance. I'll pay the rest when I reach my destination and find the person I'm looking for. He planned on getting his teacher's teacher to repay the balance. Klein nodded calmly. Deal. Darkwill immediately heaved a sigh of relief as he thickened his skin and said with a smile, Can I assume that the protection will take effect from now on? Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 6:14. When he heard the chubby apothecary's question, Klein laughed in his heart, but his expression was cold. Starting from your first payment. Darkwill first took out a large amount of cash without any hesitation before counting with his heart aching. "Here's £300. You can fulfill your promise now." Klein took the notes and nodded. "No problem." Darkwill immediately relaxed as though he was a drowning man who had finally grabbed a lifeboat. More than half an hour later, in Tina Hotel, Darkwill watched in a daze as the powerful adventurer, German Sparrow, spoke to the receptionist on night duty. "Change to a luxurious suite." With that, Klein took 2 steps back, as if he was giving up his position to the chubby apothecary. Darkwill gulped a mouthful of saliva and hesitantly asked, "I'll pay?" "During the mission, all expenses will be borne by the employer. This is the rule of adventurers," Klein replied without changing his expression. "I'm an idiot if I believe you. Do I have to pay for a few girls from the Red Theater if you ask them to come over?" Darkwill thought for a moment before forcing a smile. "We can just use a normal room. It's easier to protect ourselves that way. Then you can live by yourself." Klein played the German Sparrow effortlessly. Darkwill roared with laughter and walked to the counter. A luxurious suite. After he really checked in and entered the smaller bedroom, Darkwill opened the window and left a door open for the owl, Mr. Harry. At the same time, he took out a ring box from his pocket and checked the strange die's condition. After confirming that the die was still the same with 4 points facing up, Darkwill secretly exhaled. In an ordinary house in Bakeland, when Zangwill woke up from his deep sleep, his first reaction was to confirm his condition. This was something he repeated every day. This was because he had no idea what kind of story 0-08 would weave or what kind of accident it would bring after he fell asleep. After confirming that he wasn't injured, Zangwill put on his shiny leather boots and stood up. As he expected, he saw 0-08 sitting quietly on the desk, as if it was the most common quill. However, it had been locked in a metal box with layers of symbols and magic markings. Zangwill solemnly walked over and held 0-08 in one hand. He flipped open the notebook beside him with the other and discovered that there was an additional page of text. Zangwill didn't remember what he did last night, but he acutely sensed some problems. He looked at the mirror and realized that he had an unfamiliar feeling. It was as though another Zangwill had been born in his body. He lowered his head and saw an obvious abnormality under his fingernails, but he couldn't remember what he had done last night. After reading this description, Zangwill instinctively looked at the full-body mirror in the room. He saw that he was still blind in one eye. His classic sculpture-like face didn't have a single wrinkle, but there was a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. It formed a stark contrast with his heavy gaze. At that moment, Zangwill felt his face turn a little green. There were dark circles under his eye, and coupled with the smile that he didn't know why, it made him look extremely sinister, ruthless, and bizarre. He raised his hands and lowered his head. He saw dried black mud under his fingernails, as though he had gone to the garden to dig up tree roots in the middle of the night. Although he had already switched from the death pathway to the evernight pathway and become a night watcher, Zangwill hadn't lost his previous Beyonder powers. He was still a powerful spirit medium, a mentor in the field of necromancy. Therefore, he immediately planned on communicating with the spirits inside and outside the house to understand what had happened last night. At this moment, he caught the last paragraph of the notebook from the corner of his eye. Zangwill attempted to mediate the spirits, but sadly realized that he didn't find anything. It was as though a professional had gotten rid of all the clues. He was very worried. He didn't know what he had gotten himself into last night. Zangwill's expression turned solemn as he attempted to mediate the spirits. As expected, he didn't obtain any results that were worth being pleasantly surprised. Wednesday morning, outside the Amiris Leaf Bar, where the boss behind the scenes had already been replaced, Klein circled to a secluded alley and saw Oz Kent, who was holding a small suitcase. "Your bounty." Kent tossed the average-sized suitcase over. This wasn't a bounty in the true sense of the word. It was an advance payment from the military. The former involved the Governor-General's office and the kingdom's finances. There were many procedures that needed to be followed, and it would take at least 3 days to complete. Klein caught the suitcase and opened it on the spot. He saw stacks of neatly arranged bills inside, mainly in the form of £1 and £5. A total of £5,400. "There's no commission," Oz Kent said with a forced smile. If it were any other adventurer, he would have given £4,000 at most. The rest was the income of a series of employees. However, he was facing a crazy fellow whose strength was close to that of a pirate admiral. Afraid of being shot to death on the spot, he could only volunteer. "It's unlikely the military will use fake bills to fool me." Klein grabbed a stack of bills and casually shook it. £5,400. Darkwill, who was hiding outside the alley, heard Oz Kent's words and stole a glance at the suitcase. He was dazzled by the stacks of gold pounds inside. This was the first time he had seen so much money placed together. Being an adventurer sure is a lucrative job. Successfully hunting a pirate can earn me a few £1,000s. Protecting me for 3 days can earn £1,000 and a request. Occasionally I can find sunken ships and treasure. Why did I become an apothecary and not an adventurer? If I had known earlier, I would have chosen that lucky beyonder pathway. Darkwill thought with abnormal envy. However, he quickly recalled reality. Most adventurers didn't lead rich lives. Even if they were to make a fortune, a third of their income would be contributed to an apothecary. It was either to treat injuries or remove old ailments, or to buy medicine to liven things up and deal with ailments. It's still safer to be an apothecary. Darkwill sighed inwardly. At this moment Klein, who hadn't counted carefully and had only roughly confirmed the amount, closed the suitcase and said to Oz Kent, "I'll be leaving Byam for a period of time." "I'll be leaving Byam for some time. How should I inform you if there's any news?" "You're leaving Byam?" Oz Kent asked in surprise. Klein nodded gently. "I've accepted a bodyguard mission." Kent came to a realization at first, then he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. If this madman were to stay in Byam for an extended period of time, he would one day stir up trouble. It's better to roam the seas and fight those pirates. Oz Kent immediately smiled and said, "You can send a telegram directly and include my address." "You can send a telegram directly to me with my address. We have people at the telegraph office." "All right." Klein, who was dressed in a black coat, didn't speak further. He picked up his suitcase and turned to leave the alley. He and Darkwill headed straight for the harbor and planned on boarding the earliest liner to Orovie Island. The owl flew among the trees along the street, appearing sneaky and surreptitious. They had already bought illegal tickets last night. Half an hour before boarding the ship, Darkwill felt rather tormented. He was afraid that the person who betrayed his teacher would suddenly arrive and attack him. This feeling lasted until he entered the first-class cabin that he belonged to. As long as the liner entered the sea, beyonders without the ability to fly or their own ship would find it difficult to intercept it midway. Quickly set sail. Quickly set sail. Darkwill looked out the window and muttered to himself. At this moment, the owl had already caught up and was perched on his left shoulder. As for Klein, he sat on a chair in his room, wary of any possible attacks. At this moment, the sky rapidly darkened. The howling of the wind intensified as the humidity in the air rose. A storm? Darkwill opened his eyes and blurted out. This meant that the ship might not set sail on time. It might even be delayed by a few hours. And if that happened, Darkwill would have to bear many unnecessary risks. He turned to look at German Sparrow and forced a smile. "Do you have any solutions? For example, you can immediately pray to see God Cavituous, and I'll immediately head above the gray fog to respond and disperse the storm. But there's no doubt that Sea King John Cotman will rush over in a few minutes or even less than a minute. And his attack will be even earlier." Klein looked at the chubby apothecary and calmly replied, "I'm just an adventurer. I'm just an adventurer." Darkwill knew that he shouldn't have any unnecessary expectations as he cursed the weather. He turned around and stuck his head out the window to study the exact situation. Boom! A silver bolt of lightning struck down and struck Darkwill before Klein could react. Darkwill immediately convulsed to the ground as smoke billowed from his body. His skin was charred as bolts of lightning darted about. Klein was nearly stunned. This was the first time he had seen someone be struck by lightning during a thunderstorm. Isn't this way too unlucky? He had momentarily forgotten to save Darkwill. The owl, Mr. Harry, was similarly taken aback for a few seconds before screaming, "Quick, quick! There's a bottle of medicine in the second hidden pocket on his left. Feed it to him. This owl can speak." Klein pricked up his brows, took a few steps forward, bent down, and found the bottle of blood-red medicine. Then, he forced it into Darkwill's mouth. After nearly 2 minutes, Darkwill finally snapped to his senses. As his charred skin peeled off, he stood up with great difficulty. "I'll deal with my injuries." He hobbled into his bedroom and locked the door. After doing all of this, he took out the ring box and opened the lid heavily. Inside the ring box that had nearly no space to move, the milky white dye had changed at some point in time. The 2 red dots were facing up. In the living room outside, Klein stood in his spot as he recalled everything that had happened. His brows furrowed bit by bit. At that moment, he had a baffling feeling that the enemy he was about to face during this bodyguard mission might be different from the past. After Darkwill recovered a little and came out again, Klein sat on a chair and leaned forward slightly. "Explain. This concerns how I provide protection. Please remember this book's domain name, 9 Heavens Divine Sovereign." Chapter 6:15. Upon hearing German Sparrow's words, Darkwill's first reaction was to reveal the matter regarding the strange dye without holding anything back. He wished to let the adventurer he had hired at a great cost grasp the root of the problem and effectively ensure his safety. However, he immediately recalled his teacher's exhortations and how the dye was likely a rather important sealed artifact in the school of thought. Once he accurately informed German Sparrow, it might incite his greed and cause the situation to develop in an even worse direction. There are plenty of rumors of adventurers killing the ones who entrusted the mission in order to obtain greater benefit. I don't know German Sparrow, nor do I know what kind of person he is. I need to be sufficiently careful and cautious. Furthermore, the die had automatically rolled to 2 pip. The situation isn't the worst or most despairing. There's still a chance to wait. Darkwill hesitated for a few seconds before finally making a decision. He planned on avoiding the main point and only talking about the surface. He subconsciously avoided German Sparrow's seemingly calm gaze and said, "It's this. It's like this. My teacher and I belong to a secret organization. We escaped because there was a traitor among us. They control a pathway related to fate. They can make themselves lucky and make their targets unlucky. I might have been cursed, which is why I was unlucky enough to be struck by lightning." After explaining, he forcefully hid his unease and waited for German Sparrow's response. Will he not believe me? A powerful and experienced adventurer like him should be very difficult to deceive. If he were to discover that I'm lying, he'll likely throw me into the sea. Darkwill stood there, feeling uneasy, like a student who had been called to the side of a lecture hall by a teacher. It's indeed the life school of thought. The monster pathway. Klein nodded in thought. I understand. Try not to do anything. I'll consider how to deal with the bad luck. Darkwill was taken aback, unable to believe that German Sparrow had so easily accepted the reason he had fabricated at the last minute. He forced a smile and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Then, he returned to his room, leaned against the door, and took out the ring box. His palm trembled as he opened the lid, only to discover that the milky white die had strangely turned around at some point in time. This means that I was lucky enough to successfully deceive German Sparrow? Darkwill thought in enlightenment. The owl, Mr. Harry, landed again, but he did not choose the chubby apothecary's shoulder. He seemed to still be fearful of being almost struck by lightning. It stood on the wooden table and stared ahead with its round eyes. Darkwill, you are very nervous. I don't need you to tell me that, Darkwill said angrily. The owl spread its wings and said, All right, I'll put it another way. I think I must consider changing masters. German Sparrow seems like a good choice. What about me? Darkwill asked in surprise, momentarily forgetting to be angry. Mr. Harry the Owl clicked his tongue. Haven't you noticed the worry and fear in your heart? You even suspect that you won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. That weird die is really too dangerous. If I were you, I would throw it out the window into the sea and let your teacher's teacher salvage it himself. How do you know my teacher's teacher? Darkwill blurted out a question. Mr. Harry tossed his head proudly. Don't doubt an owl's vision. Darkwill was already deep in thought and didn't pay attention to its answer. No, that won't do. Throwing the die into the sea won't solve all problems. According to what Old Man said in the past, even if it's buried in the sea, important figures will approach and pick it up in a few days. Then, it will really be lost. Silly bird, you don't have enough knowledge in mysticism. You don't understand that these important sealed artifacts are like the most popular prostitutes in the Red Theater. They will always attract thirsty men. Including you, Harry the Owl replied calmly. The owl Harry calmly replied, As for the lack of general knowledge in mysticism, I believe there's a famous saying that can explain it. Emperor Roselle once said that if a child doesn't receive a good education, it's the father's fault. This saying can also be used to describe the problems between pets and their owners. All right, Darkwill, regardless, I believe you need to discuss the die with German Sparrow, otherwise it will be even more dangerous. Let me see again. Perhaps it will be fixed at 6. Darkwill said hesitantly. He sat on the edge of the bed and lay down. At this moment, the storm that had been wreaking havoc gradually calmed down. The sky began to clear up as the liner blew its whistle, signaling its departure. In the first-class cabin's living room, Klein looked out the window and at the blurry rainbow that appeared after the rain. His heart wasn't as calm as he appeared on the surface. He wasn't afraid of simple enemies. Out at sea, apart from the 4 kings and official demigods, as well as the pirate admirals that appeared in the form of fleets, it was difficult for others to threaten him, who had creeping hunger and several mystical items. Even if the ship were to sink or fall into the sea, he could find a way to escape with the many charms in the sea god domain. However, luck was something that was difficult to grasp. It wasn't within his capabilities, and he couldn't even think of a way to deal with it. Although my title is the King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck, it was changed from the luck enhancement ritual. And the purpose of the luck enhancement ritual clearly isn't to rid people of bad luck. Darkwill's matter is a little difficult. All I can do is work a little harder and pay close attention to his situation. Once something unlucky happens that leads to death, I'll immediately save him. Let's hope he can survive the next few days and reach Orvie Island. The chubby apothecary's elders should have a way to change his luck. Klein rubbed his temples, but he didn't find anything amiss. Darkwill, who had failed to sleep well last night due to his nervousness, fell into a dream without realizing it. After a while, his stomach told him that it was time for lunch. He tried his best to open his eyes, but his body seemed to be pressed down by an invisible person, making it difficult for him to move. He felt the back of his head swell and a stabbing pain. He found it difficult to breathe as his heart beat at an abnormal rate. Don't tell me I'm going to die suddenly in my dream. Darkwill struggled with all his might, but he couldn't wake up no matter how hard he tried. He felt weaker and weaker. At this moment, his mouth was pecked open by a sharp object. A cold liquid poured in and flowed along the contours of his face, drenching his chin and neck. Darkwill's body relaxed as he finally opened his eyes. He saw two round yellow eyes that were so close that they seemed to touch his head. Rearing a Beyonder pet is still useful. Darkwill first felt wistful before he quickly sat up and took out the ring box. At this moment, the die inside had flipped to the other side. 1 point. I'm so unlucky that I nearly died in my dream? No, I don't think it's that simple. It seems to magnify certain probabilities, such as the probability of dying suddenly in my dream or the probability of being struck by lightning. No, this won't do. If this continues, I'll definitely die. Darkwill thought in an abnormally horrified manner. Horror quickly overcame him, driving him to rush to the door with the ring box in hand. Perhaps it was due to the effects of nearly dying suddenly. He didn't have much strength left. He held the handle but found it difficult to twist it. "Save me! Help!" screamed Mr. Harry the Owl. Bang! The door opened and slammed into Darkwill's head. If not for Klein deliberately controlling his strength, the chubby apothecary's head might have ruptured as blood spewed out. Without the time to rub the bruise on his forehead, Darkwill said in a panic, It's this die that made me unlucky. It's now 1 point. I'll fail no matter what I do." He had already decided to inform the German sparrow of the entire matter, hoping that the powerful adventurer would give him an effective suggestion. As for the possibility that the other party had killed out of greed, he didn't rule it out. He just felt that between the two harmful things, if he had to choose, he would choose the relatively better one. If he told the German sparrow, he might die, but if he didn't, he would definitely die. The choice was not even a question to consider. So what if I lost the die? My life is more important, Darkwill thought righteously. Then, he saw German Sparrow reveal a polite smile. "Thank you for your humor. This joke is not bad." "This isn't a joke." Darkwill looked down at the ring box and saw that the blood-red one hadn't changed at all. "Don't tell me that even persuasion with sufficient reason would fail." The chubby apothecary suddenly fell into despair. "Really? He's telling the truth." Harry the Owl flapped his wings wildly. Darkwill, who felt a surge of hope, heard German Sparrow say in a deep voice, "Then why not throw it into the sea?" With that said, Klein politely closed the door and walked back to the living room. "This fellow is definitely hiding a secret. I can't be fooled by his lame reason." Klein sat on a chair and waited for Darkwill to explain the situation in more detail. Darkwill sat down dejectedly again, not daring to move, afraid that he would fail. He didn't notice that the die had changed to a face that faced up again. This time it was a 3. Before lunch, Klein entered the bathroom to empty his stomach. After washing his hands, he went above the gray fog in passing, planning to browse through the prayers of the sea god believers he had accumulated. Just as he sat on the high-backed chair belonging to the fool, he suddenly recalled many details as his eyes widened. How could I believe such an excuse that can't withstand scrutiny? Why would I believe that the die is a lame reason? It's like I've been blinded by lard twice. No, that's not the case. Darkwill's explanation happened to match one of my guesses. Therefore, I instinctively believed it to be true and false. Klein's pupils constricted as he thought. At that moment, he had already come to a conclusion. There's really something wrong with that die. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Sovereign. Chapter 6:16. Above the gray fog, in the palace that looked like a giant's residence. Klein tapped the edge of the long mottled table as his thoughts constantly revolved around the strange die. It can make me feel its influence without any abnormalities. This is already about the same as 0-08 back then. It's just that one is right in front of me, while the other is hiding behind the scenes. It's definitely a sealed artifact, and it's one that's close to the pinnacle. Even if it's not at grade 0, it's a very special existence at grade 1. I'm temporarily powerless to interfere with something like fate, but I can't passively deal with it. With the passage of time, sealed artifacts of a similar level will often cause even more serious damage. Perhaps it will affect the people around the chubby apothecary, such as me and the passengers on the ship. Klein racked his brains for a moment, but to no avail. He decided to immediately return to the real world. He didn't know how to seal the die or weaken its influence, but he knew that someone knew. This person was Snake of Mercury, Will Ossepton, who was still in his mother's womb. After entering the master bedroom, he took out the paper crane from his wallet and spread it out on the table. Klein looked at the surface that still had traces of wiping. He picked up a pencil and wrote a simple question: "What should I do with that die?" He folded the paper crane back and stuffed it into his wallet. Then, he came outside the servant's room and tapped it thrice with his finger. This didn't go against German Sparrow's persona because he was a refined lunatic. Of course, Klein was mainly afraid that rashly opening the door would result in the unlucky chubby apothecary Darkwill being slammed to death. This was something he had learned from the Final Destination movie series. In addition, Klein was a little worried that he would see a ghastly scene if he opened the door directly. With the likes Darkwill has shown, he realized that he's in an extremely dangerous situation that he can't extricate himself from. All he can do is wait for death and have a high chance of having a good time. As Klein lampooned, he heard the chubby apothecary reply weakly, "What's the matter? It's good that he's not dead." Klein carefully opened the door and leaned forward slightly. He looked at Darkwill and the open ring box in front of him. He calmly asked, "What time is it? Isn't there a wall clock?" Darkwill remained listless. "I'm asking about the dice," Klein added succinctly. "It's still 3. Darkwill instinctively answered before turning his head and jumping up. "You believe me?" Klein did not respond, lest the other party recall the scene where the German Sparrow was fooled by the dice. He turned around and said in a flat tone, "Bring the dice outside." "All right. All right." Darkwill and Harry cried out in pleasant surprise almost at the same time. One of them raised his arms, and the other raised his wings. After the chubby apothecary carefully carried the ring box out, Klein pointed at the coffee table. "Put it on top." As he spoke, he sat on the sofa next to him. He rested his elbows on his thighs and leaned forward to examine the strange die. From the outside, this die did not look strange in the sense of mysticism. The only difference was that even the 3 pips were red. Klein cautiously didn't touch it. He straightened his body slightly and looked at Darkwill, who was sitting opposite him, and Harry, who had landed on the back of the chair. "Describe the exact situation." Darkwill didn't hide anything as he said with a smile that looked uglier than crying, "This is an important sealed artifact in our organization. This is an important sealed artifact in our organization. My mission is to deliver it to the designated personnel on Orovie Island. But as you can see, it's extremely dangerous. It will automatically spin, even if there's no corresponding space. When it spins to 6, the wielder will be lucky enough to easily succeed in whatever they do. Just like how I used a rather lame lie to deceive you. Don't mention this matter. There will come a day when you will be taught a lesson because of that mouth of yours." Klein listened without any expression. Darkwill continued, "One means that the wielder will be extremely unlucky. They won't be able to succeed in anything. Even if I were to tell you everything without hiding anything, you wouldn't believe me. 2 points should be a relatively mild form of bad luck, but why would it cause me to be struck by lightning? It's incomprehensible. 3 points and 4 points are considered normal bad luck and good luck. That can be confirmed. 5 points and 2 points correspond. You aren't unlucky enough, otherwise I would have beaten you up." Klein thought for a moment and calmly instructed, "From this moment forth, all of you will take turns monitoring this die. From now on, all of you will take turns to monitor this die. Once it falls below 3 points, inform me immediately." All of us. Darkwill was momentarily at a loss. Including me? The owl on the back of the chair behind him raised its right wing. Klein leaned back into the sofa and crossed his right leg. He calmly said, "This will help me maintain my energy and attention." With that said, he pointed at the owl with his chin. "You first." "My name is Harry," the owl mumbled. "Harry." Klein held back his laughter and turned to Darkwill. "Ring the bell and get the waiter to come over. From this moment forth, we will choose the delivery service. Before arriving at Orvey Island, you have to stay in the living room at all times. You aren't to go anywhere. Even if you wish to enter the bathroom, you have to do it at 3 points and 4 points. If you really can't hold it in, I'll give you a bucket." Upon hearing German Sparrow's methodical instructions, Darkwill calmed down bit by bit. He was no longer as terrified as before. He was most worried that German Sparrow's greed would be triggered and he would choose to kill for the goods. Secondly, this seemingly crazy and cold-blooded adventurer would be frightened by the die and decide to terminate the mission and not provide any protection. And from the looks of it, German Sparrow wasn't afraid. He was even quite confident. Darkwill secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he thought. His performance just now was truly professional. Furthermore, he wasn't afraid at all. He was even able to forcefully extricate himself from the die's influence and accept my explanation. As expected of a powerful adventurer who easily hunted Wormtongue. He must be a powerhouse at the level of a pirate admiral. Darkwill stood up, walked to the door, and rang the service bell. Just as he returned to the sofa, he suddenly heard the sharp voice of the owl, "Harry. It's changed. It's changed. 2 points. Suddenly, Klein exerted strength with his feet and without any warning, he jumped up from the sofa and ran to Darkwill's side. Bang! At the same time a gunshot sounded from outside. Klein pulled Darkwill's arm back and shook his wrist, throwing the chubby apothecary to the side. At this moment, the wall where Darkwill was originally standing had an additional bullet hole. Did a sailor's gun misfire? Or did it hit an unknown spot when shooting at a seabird, causing it to bounce back? Regardless of the situation, the chances of that happening are very low. In the end, Klein turned his head to look at the chubby apothecary. "Are you injured?" Darkwill shook his head in lingering fear. "I'm fine." In the following period of time, Klein resolved more than 10 accidents, including the sudden fall of the ceiling chandelier, a maintenance worker who slipped and sent his hammer straight at Darkwill's head, and the chubby apothecary nearly dying from having a fishbone stuck in his throat. This didn't seem too impressive, but to Klein, it required him to be highly focused. It was inevitable that he would be exhausted. Thankfully, the die automatically rolled to 4 points, finally ending the hour filled with disasters. This won't do. If this continues, an accident might happen while I'm saving people. Klein dismissed the captain who came to apologize and said to Darkwill, "I'll sleep for half an hour. Keep an eye on the die. Wake me up immediately if there's a problem." The chubby apothecary and the owl nodded in unison. The chubby apothecary and the owl nodded like chicks eating. Leaning against the back of the sofa, Klein quickly fell asleep with the help of cogitation, hoping that Will Ossepton had already responded. When he woke up from his dream and saw that he was in a pitch-black, desolate plain, he heaved a sigh of relief. He followed the familiar path until he reached the depths of the black steeple. On the protruding ground surrounded by the tarot cards, there were already lines of silver words. They were densely packed and there were quite a few of them. Klein stopped and quickly browsed through them. "It's called the Die of Probability. It's the highest level sealed artifact in our guild. I believe it can reach the standard of a grade 0. It controls the probability of everything. At one point, it will magnify the probability of something unfavorable happening to the target to the limit. At 2 points, it will greatly increase the probability of something unfavorable happening. This doesn't mean that 2 points is safer than 1 point. This is because once the probability increases, any accident can happen. At 3 points, it will magnify the probability of something unfavorable happening. At 4 to 6 points, it's the opposite. Even for me, who can reset the process to a certain extent, it's still a rather dangerous sealed artifact. Using it, you can kill a demigod. Of course, it can also kill yourself. I get it. The battle between you and the die of probability is like the battle between God Severod and the god of dice. Note 1. Klein lampooned inwardly as he continued reading. The die of probability has a living characteristic. It will always make the wielder go back and forth between bad luck and good luck. If one isn't careful, they will die from an accident. When it awakens sufficiently, it will slowly bring the people and objects around the wielder under its control, controlling the probability of their actions. Although I haven't confirmed it, I suspect that if it's given enough time, it can affect the entire world. It will make all the actions of all living beings be determined by the number it rolls. Of course, deities are excluded. To put it simply, it's digitizing the entire world. This is definitely a grade 0 sealed artifact. It's extremely dangerous. How terrifying. Klein couldn't help but frown as he eagerly continued reading. To truly seal the die of probability, it's rather complicated. To put it simply, it's to use a specific sealed artifact to isolate its connection with the spirit world, the astral world, and the real world. You can give it a try. Haha, I'll lay my cards on the table. I've long discovered that you can resist my clairvoyance. Perhaps you can use this to seal it. There's another method, but it can only temporarily reduce the effect. However, this is enough to successfully send the die of probability to the person who can seal it. That method is to use its living characteristic and use effective means to scare it. This way, it will be obedient. No, quiet for a period of time, about 12 hours. After that, it will continue again. The more times you scare it, the lower the effects it will receive. After a week, it will bear a grudge against you and crazily control your probabilities. Finally, thank you for your help, your sincere friend, Will Ausepton. As expected of a snake of fate. It really did discover my uniqueness. If I throw the die of probability above the gray fog, I should be able to seal it. But the problem is that this grade 0 sealed artifact with living characteristics might be able to affect the mysterious space above the gray fog, chasing me out and becoming its master. There's no way to obtain an answer to such matters through divination. It can definitely resist, just like 0-08. Klein rejected the idea of using the gray fog. As his thoughts raced, he suddenly had an idea. Klein hurriedly left the dream and snapped out of his stupor. He said to Darkwill, "I have a way to suppress its effects." "What is it?" Darkwill asked in pleasant surprise. Klein didn't answer as he picked up the die of probability with a 4 pointing up and walked into the washroom. What does he want to do? I remember that in some folklore, the way to deal with heretical matters is to splash feces. Ugh. Darkwill didn't wish to think further. After entering the washroom and locking the door, Klein immediately set up a ritual to summon himself. Following that, he went above the gray fog and took out the iron cigar case. Then, he picked up the die of probability and opened the cigar case. Inside was the all-black eye from a marionettist. In the dim light, Klein's face was covered in shadows. His gaze was dark and reserved as he brought the die of probability close to the strange eye. It was the beyonder characteristic of the true creator's mental corruption. The corners of his mouth slowly widened, revealing a kind smile. He whispered to the dice in his hand, he whispered to the die in his hand, "Come, I'll treat you to a concert." Note 1. God Sualad is a homonym of save/load. It means to save and read. P.S. 2 updates will be restored from today. Chapter 6:17. The bathroom's windows were very high, preventing sunlight from entering. All it could do was barely disperse the darkness, making everything appear gloomy. Just as Klein's right hand that held the die of probability approached the all-black eye, it suddenly trembled, and threw the item to the other side of the sink. The milky white die rolled a few times before it finally stopped at a red 4. With a faint smile, Klein took a step to the side and picked up the die of probability again. He lowered his head and asked politely, "You don't seem willing to listen? Let's do it this way. Give me an answer. 6 means cooperation, and the rest means rejection." With that said, he threw the die of probability up and extended his palm to catch it. The milky white die fell straight down and quickly rolled once, causing the bright red 6 to face up. "Very good," Klein praised with a chuckle. After throwing the all-black eye back above the gray fog, he turned to open the bathroom's door and slowly walked back to the living room. Under Darkwill and Harry's expectant, worried, curious, and puzzled gazes, he suddenly stopped and threw the die of probability in his hand. "No! No!" Darkwill and the owl cried out in unison, afraid that the outcome would be lower than 3. The latter subconsciously flew up, distancing himself from the fatty who might be struck by lightning. Amidst the crisp sound of collision, the milky white die kept rolling on the coffee table and was about to stop at 2. Just as Darkwill's face turned ghastly pale, the die lazily spun again. Finally, 4 faced up. "It will be relatively quiet for the next 12 hours. Klein calmly sat down and began enjoying his lunch that had long turned cold. Is his method really useful? Darkwill crouched down and stared intently at the strange die on the coffee table. After nearly a minute, he couldn't help but extend his hand and flip the die to 6. Just as his palm left, the die moved without any wind and returned to 4. How magical! What method did German Sparrow use? Could it be that he really pooped and soaked the die in it? Ugh! Darkwill decided to accept the outcome and stop thinking about the reason. Otherwise, he suspected that he would vomit on the spot. Looking up at the German Sparrow who was silently smearing butter, Darkwill suddenly felt that £1,000 and a promise to hire a bodyguard of this level was a great deal. He was definitely on par with any pirate admiral. If a tycoon were to encounter something like me, he wouldn't even hesitate to hire him with half his wealth. Thankfully, I only paid £300. The rest will be borne by teacher and the rest. Darkwill felt relaxed when he thought of how he didn't need to worry about the dice rolling for 12 hours. He couldn't help but stand up and stretch his back. He walked to the window and pushed it open. The clouds outside were sparse, and the sky was high and the sea was wide. The boundless blue swayed gently as it reflected the resplendent sunlight. It was as though countless golden shards had been sprinkled into it. This made Darkwill feel energized as his mind seemed to open up. Unlike Bakeland, which would only warm up at the end of February, the Rorsted Archipelago's waters had already gradually gotten rid of the low temperatures, allowing all life to flourish. Facing the sea, with flowers blooming in the warmth of spring. After finishing his bread, Klein walked to the rear of Darkwill's side, feeling as though he was an animal that had just woken up from hibernation. He didn't recite the poem that flashed through his mind. Firstly, it didn't match German Sparrow's persona, and secondly, it was likely to make Darkwill sigh at Roselle the Great's talent in poetry. At night, without the die rolling, the weather changed. Strong winds blew as dark clouds gathered. A storm was imminent. This was the most common danger at sea. Even when navigating a safe sea route that had been explored by others, they would encounter similar situations from time to time. However, it wasn't as terrifying. Klein looked at the surging waves and the gloomy sky. He discovered that the ship seemed to be traversing a valley. On both sides were tall dark blue cliffs that could collapse at any moment. The intense pressure made him, a mid-sequence beyonder, clearly feel depressed. He even wanted to pray to the gods, hoping that the liner would be fine in the storm. It's no wonder that sailors, pirates, and merchants who have lived at sea for a long time can't help but revere the Lord of Storms. They more or less believe in him. Klein sighed inwardly. Although he didn't believe that the storm, which wasn't too severe, could bury a liner that was powered by both sails and steam, he was still cautious. He prayed to his alternate identity, sea god Cavituous, in a low voice. What he was afraid of was that the die of probability would suddenly explode in a storm, giving him a 1, causing the ship to sink to the bottom of the sea. Therefore, he decided to take precautions. Klein did believe in Snake of Fate Will Septon's judgment. He believed that the die of probability would remain silent for about 12 hours after being intimidated for the first time, but that was under the circumstances without any additional conditions. He believed that a sealed artifact with living characteristics should be treated as a person and not an embodiment of the rules. He had to be wary of the other party taking the opportunity to cause trouble. Glancing at Darkwill and the owl who were feeling uneasy due to the storm, Klein calmly said, "That's right. I'll take a break. Continue staring at the die. Take turns. Don't relax." "All right." After watching German Sparrow enter the master bedroom, Darkwill walked to the coffee table and sat down. As he stared at the die, he said to Harry, "What are your thoughts now?" Harry flew in a circle and muttered, "Why am I not a petrel?" In the master bedroom, Klein went above the grey fog and beckoned for the sea god's scepter to fly out from the junk pile. He held the scepter with a blue gem embedded at the top and quickly responded to his prayer. Klein didn't expend too much of his spirituality to directly calm the storm. Firstly, this was because he wasn't far from the waters of the Rørsted archipelago. Such an obvious and exaggerated supernatural phenomenon would easily attract the attention of Sea King John Cotman, who was in the same domain as him, or the storm priest on the ship. Secondly, he had to conserve his strength to guard against the die of probability. What he did was very simple. He added layer after layer of Beyonder effects to the ship, allowing it to sail steadily in the storm without capsizing. For sequence 5 and 6 Beyonders below the demigod level, to do such a thing to a liner that could carry hundreds of people, they needed to make extensive preparations in advance. They had to set up an abnormally complicated ritual, and they had to expend almost all of their energy to complete it. However, for a sea god in this domain, everything was easy and simple. A demigod indeed has a god side. Klein sighed and threw the scepter back into the junk pile before silently disappearing above the grey fog. In the time that followed, the ship rose and fell, high and low, like a fallen leaf in the wind, but no matter how terrifying and majestic the dark blue waves around it were, there were no problems, and it steadily came to the end of the storm. Thursday morning, Bakeland, William Street. Fur's Wall arrived in a carriage once again. She didn't sit in a coffee shop again. Instead, she walked slowly along the street, sizing up the passers-by and the surrounding buildings. From time to time, she would record people with special characteristics as material for her research. There are really a lot of foreigners here, and it's mainly people from Faceac and Intis. One is a barbaric and burly white bear, and the other is a colorful rooster. Furs chuckled to herself. At that moment, she arrived in the middle of William Street. There was an abandoned chapel here. It was covered in withered vines, and there were gray stones scattered everywhere. With the intention of not letting down Mr. World's reward, Furs deliberately approached to check if there were any abnormalities. She first circled the chapel and didn't discover anything. Following that, she entered and carefully avoided the disgusting feces and rotting matter as she quickly examined every corner. All of a sudden, her line of sight paused, and her brows furrowed a little. In a corner of a half-collapsed building, the ground had been dug by someone. The potholes weren't deep, and there were traces of fingers. This can be considered an anomaly. Furs cautiously retreated and didn't do a more detailed investigation. After walking the entire length of William Street, she immediately returned home and organized the anomalies she had discovered and the materials she had recorded. She used a ritual to sacrifice it to Mr. Fool, requesting that he hand it over to the world. Furs didn't hide anything she had seen, even if there was nothing wrong with them on the surface. This was because she knew very well that the world was the one to judge if something was abnormal, and not her, who didn't understand the situation. Above the gray fog in the ancient palace. Klein directly flipped through the report submitted by Miss Magicians. There are traces of excavation in that abandoned chapel? The previous ones have already been dealt with by Miss Sharon and me. Who else has come to dig it? A descendant of the Tudor family, Rafter Pound? He was possessed by an evil spirit and nearly died. Without any help, it's unlikely that he would take the risk again. Who could it be? Klein thought for a moment, but he couldn't lock onto a suspect. All he could do was continue reading. Looking at the records that were written beautifully, he acutely discovered a problem. There are quite a number of foreigners on this street, mainly people from Fasac and Intis. It wasn't like this when I went to William Street previously. There's a newly opened Fasac and Intis company nearby. Fasac, Intis, as Klein ruminated over the names of the two countries, he suddenly thought of something. That was the Einhorn family of the Fasac Empire and the former royal family of Intis, the Sauron family. They both controlled the Hunter pathway, which was also the Red Priest pathway. It was two of the three types of blood that the evil spirit had designated to remove the seal. Together with the descendants of the Medici family that had been destroyed in Bansi Harbor, the three factions that controlled the Red Priest pathway were all involved. The destruction of Bansi Harbor caused the Medici family's Beyonder characteristics to gather to the suspected Red Angel evil spirit through some miraculous connection. Thus, it attracted the Einhorn and Sauron family? No, that's not realistic. If the Church of the Storm didn't discover the Beyonder characteristic, they would definitely notice this problem. There's another reason? Did the evil spirit use some other method to attract the Einhorn and Sauron family? Through what method and through whom? There are only a few people who know of the evil spirit's existence. Me, Miss Sharon, and… As his thoughts raced, Klein suddenly thought of a possibility. That was that after Rafter Pound, a descendant of the Tudor family, had been possessed by the evil spirit once, he had unknowingly become its slave. He had secretly helped it spread the news. And the evil spirit's request for help from me and Miss Sharon is just to numb us, making us believe that only we can save it. For this, it didn't hesitate to betray its descendants. Klein was alarmed as he felt like he had been fooled by the evil spirit. Please remember the domain name of this book. Divine Sovereign of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 6:18. The boundless gray fog floated silently as a slight sound of friction sounded at the end of the long bronze table. Klein changed his sitting posture as he pondered over the details of the evil spirit incident with increasing seriousness. He became more and more convinced that he and Miss Sharon had completely ignored the possibility that something was wrong with Rafter Pound. This is the beyonder power of a conspirer of the Red Priest pathway? Furthermore, this is a deception that's closer to a normal level. It only has the effects of supernatural powers in minute details. Therefore, even if I were to enter the mysterious space above the gray fog, I wouldn't have passively sensed that I had been deceived. I would have to actively think and analyze to discover the problem. If I hadn't learned from Mr. Aztec that the evil spirit is suspected to be Red Angel Medici, who has long perished, I wouldn't have felt that there was a problem. I wouldn't have hired Miss Magicians to search for abnormal signs on William Street. After thinking for a few minutes, Klein conjured a pen and paper, preparing to use divination to confirm his theory. After deliberating for a while, he finally wrote down the words for dream divination. Baronet Rafter Pound's current situation. Putting down the dark red fountain pen, Klein held the piece of paper with the divination statement and leaned back in his chair. He first recalled the information he knew about Rafter Pound before closing his eyes, silently reciting the statement, and entering cogitation. Klein's thoughts quickly calmed down as he quickly fell into a dream. In the gray world, intermittent scenes flashed past before finally fixing on the house at 29 Civilau Street. In the warm activity room, Rafter Pound was wearing cotton pajamas and holding a glass of red liquid. He stood quietly by the window, looking diagonally across at the Bakeland police headquarters. The white at the baronet's temples was becoming more obvious. His puffy eye bags were dyed with a greenish-black color, and the wrinkles on his forehead, eyes, and mouth were so deep that they exceeded his 40s. His pupils were dilating abnormally, and his cheeks were flushed red. He had a smile on his face, which was slightly different from what Klein had seen him before. As expected, there's a problem here. Klein left the dream and considered how to deal with the evil spirit. There was no doubt that he had a habit of thinking in this aspect. When he couldn't contact Miss Sharon, his first reaction was to report her. But how should he report it? Klein pondered seriously for a moment before conjuring World's figure and making him pray. Send the following information to the Church of the Evernight Goddess and the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery through reliable channels. The news is that high-level spies from Faceac and Intis are gathered at William Street. Their motives are unknown. Payment £100. This was a statement that Klein had repeatedly considered. Directly revealing the King of Angels, the Red Priest, the Medici family, and the Tudor dynasty ruins would indeed attract the attention of the Church and the military, but it would also make it easy for Miss Magicians, Miss Furs, to be targeted by the official organizations. It would be extremely dangerous. The statement that high-level spies from Faceac and Intis were gathered at William Street was not only relatively mild, but it was also something that ordinary beyonders had a chance of detecting. Furthermore, it was enough to make the Church and the military wary, sending out the corresponding powerhouses and using the most effective means. As for what they found out later, it was their contribution and had nothing to do with the informant. As for the option of seeking Mr. Aztec's help, Klein had considered it, but he ultimately decided to give up on it. This was because the evil spirit was suspected to be a king of angels when it was alive. It was extremely dangerous, and Mr. Aztec, who was still recovering, might not be able to deal with it. After some thought, Klein conjured the scene into a stream of light and cast it into the crimson star that represented Miss Magicians. Bakeland, Sherwood Borough. Furs received Mr. World's reply and was taken aback. That's a high-level spy from Faceac and Intis? She muttered to herself in astonishment, believing that the information she provided couldn't have come to such a conclusion. However, she quickly came to a realization. She believed that the reason why Mr. World suspected that there was something amiss at William Street was because he had received the corresponding high-level spy's information. After confirming that there were people from Faceac and Intis around, he could easily come to a conclusion. Send the information to the Church of Evernight and the Church of Steam? Isn't that a euphemism for reporting? Unfortunately, I can't watch from the sidelines. Otherwise, I'll definitely be able to see a good show. Furs was no stranger to reporting. After all, her roommate and good friend was a bounty hunter. She quickly came up with an idea and decided to leave the matter of reporting to the experienced Zio. After leaving the bedroom, she saw Zio sitting on the sofa, leaning forward as she flipped through the target document. From time to time, she would raise her hand to grab at her messy blonde hair, looking extremely serious. Furs casually picked up a decorative item, leaned close to the sofa, and handed it over. Here, have a piece of cake. Zio glanced at the cake that was smeared with cream. Without her thoughts wandering, she raised her hand to grab it. At this moment, Furs flipped her wrist and spread it out. The cake in her palm had already turned into a golden cloth flower. Surprised? She asked with a smile. Zio couldn't help but roll her eyes. Stop your performance. I'd prefer it to be food. All right, I have something to entrust you with. £70. Furs smiled and sat down. After dealing with the evil spirit, Klein returned to the real world and held a ritual to bring the radio transceiver that had been placed above the gray fog for several days back to his first-class master bedroom. He lay in bed and used cogitation to recover his energy until he was woken up by the tapping sound. By the time Klein opened his eyes, the crimson moonlight had already shone in, enveloping the dark room like a veil. It enveloped the radio transceiver that was automatically spitting out illusory white paper on the desk. This really feels like a horror movie. Unfortunately, it's connected to a magic mirror that has no morals or limits. Klein sat up and walked over. He saw lines of Ruan text appear on the illusory white paper. Mighty existence above the spirit world, your loyal servant, Rhodes, has arrived and sends his regards. Do you have something you wish to test me on? Look. This is what it means to speak. This is what it means to be professional. At that moment, Klein wished to pull Darkwill in to witness the magic mirror's art of speaking. I clearly have something to ask it, but it ended up becoming a test. Furthermore, it came with a question. Klein controlled the corners of his mouth to curl up as he replied in a deep voice, Yes. Speak. The ignorant and shallow Rhodes is already prepared. Amidst the tapping sounds, not only did Ruan text appear on the illusory white paper, there was also a fawning smiley face. This is already the nascent form of emoticons. This fellow sure evolves quickly. Klein directly asked, Where can I obtain a mystical item that can steal the beyonder powers of others? The tapping sounds suddenly intensified as images quickly appeared on the illusory white paper. They were so realistic that they resembled screenshots from a movie. Among them was the Chinese gate at the bottom of St. Selena Cathedral in Tingen City that Klein was familiar with. There was the handsome poet Leonard Mitchell with black hair and green eyes. There was a middle-aged man sitting on a sofa, smiling at a noble lady opposite him. There was also a proud girl loitering in the dark sewers. There were a total of 12 images. Finally, there was a line of Ruan text. These are the ones that you can easily or conveniently obtain. There are many others, but they are either very complicated and troublesome, or they involve very high-level matters. I'm unable to see them clearly. Not bad. You even know how to help me filter them. This is like a fantasy version of a mysterious version of a smart version of Google. Klein nodded slightly and said despite knowing the answer, It's your turn to ask a question. You've already answered. Amidst the tapping sounds, the magic mirror, Rhodes, unsurprisingly, appeared on the illusory white paper. Klein chuckled inwardly. He then asked, Where has Leonard Mitchell been staying recently? The tapping sounds intensified once again as scenes appeared in the form of images before Klein's eyes. It was the most famous landmark in Bakeland. The towering Gothic bell tower had the bell of order hanging above it. It was the street sign at the entrance of the street with the words, Pinster Street. It was the house number 7. Leonard Mitchell, who was casually draped in a black coat and wearing red gloves, looked extremely dashing. His classmate poet was flipping through the files on the Lenevis and Capum cases. This fellow is in Bakeland, and he's investigating the Lenevis and Capum cases? What's going on? The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly as he seriously thought about what clues he had left behind in these two cases. The only clue was that Detective Sherlock Moriarty was connected to both cases. If Leonard were to enter Daisy's dream, he should be able to discover this. But by then, I'd already grown a beard and disguised myself pretty well. With just the blurry images in the dream and a few portraits, he probably wouldn't be able to recognize me. As long as he doesn't recognize me, it doesn't matter. What does Sherlock Moriarty's problems have to do with me, German Sparrow? Klein reined in his thoughts and memorized Leonard Mitchell's current residence. 7 Pinster Street, Bakeland, North Borough. He planned on entrusting the Moon Emlyn White to visit Leonard Mitchell the day after tomorrow and use the Hermits of Fate's badge to purchase a mystical item. I hope my dear poet has an extra one. If not, the price will definitely be higher. Klein tersely acknowledged and said to the radio transceiver, It's your turn to ask a question. Frankly speaking, he was rather curious as to what question Rhodes would ask this time. The radio transceiver spat out a new piece of illusory white paper. On it was a question written in Ruan. Great Master, Leonard Mitchell hides a huge secret. Would you like to know? That's considered a question? Klein looked up in amusement and surprise, looking at the crimson moon that was silently illuminating the dark sea. Very quickly, he gave an honest answer. Yes. Chapter 619. Ta. 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 The radio transceiver spat out a new piece of illusory white paper in the dark environment and crimson moonlight. Leonard Mitchell has an angel from the Zoroast family parasitizing him. He once tampered with my answers. Angel? Leonard has an angel parasitizing him? An angel from the fourth epoch's Zoroast family? Although Klein was mentally prepared to hear a huge secret, he was still shocked by what Rhodes revealed. It was a sign of concern and surprise. Angels referred to Beyonders at sequence 2 and 1. They were already close to the position of a true god and possessed all sorts of strange characteristics. They could even influence lower sequence Beyonders of their own pathway within a certain range. They were important figures who stood at the top of the world. In the various churches, only popes, patriarchs, and certain legendary ascetics were grounded angels. Therefore, Klein believed that it wasn't a good thing to be parasitized by a powerhouse at this level. In the dark second epoch, angels can even have a divine name and serve as subordinates of ancient gods. I haven't come into contact with many angels directly or indirectly. One is Blasphemer Amon, one is Queen of Calamity Kohainam, one is an evil spirit suspected to be Red Angel Medici, one is Tail Devourer Ouroboros according to Little Sun, one is Miracle Invoker Zeratul from Roselle's diary, one is the son of the Creator, Adam, one is Hermes, who can't be confirmed to be an angel, and one is Snake of Fate Will Septon, who's in his mother's womb. Apart from the last two, the rest appear very sinister. Even the words they left behind can make the reader go crazy and lose control. Will my dear poet eventually become a victim of the angel parasitizing him? This can explain why he feels that he's the protagonist of a play, the special one, and why he's willing to help me hide the secret. The Zoroast family grasps the Marauder pathway, which is also the pathway that can steal the Beyonder powers of others. Therefore, it's very normal for Leonard to be able to find and participate in the gathering of the Hermits of Fate. It's no wonder he took the initiative to use Blood Vessel Thief back then. So it's because he had the help of Grandpa, allowing him to steal Magos's strongest power. Heh, what Hermits of Fate? They're nothing more than a bunch of thieves and swindlers. At most, they change their targets of stealing and swindling to time and fate. At any rate, Mr. Poet's grandfather doesn't seem like a good person. I need to find a chance to warn him, but the problem is that they're always together. Warning him will only cause the problem to erupt earlier. Klein's thoughts raced, but he couldn't come up with a good idea. All he could do was put the matter aside for the time being. He planned on writing to Mr. Aztec and Snake of Mercury Will Septon later to see if they had any solutions. In those few minutes, he even had the thought of using Blasphemer Amon. To put it simply, he wanted to reveal the matter of the Zoroast family's angel parasitizing Leonard Mitchell's body to the Creator's son so that he could eat the parasite. According to what Klein knew, during the Fourth Epoch, the Amon family supported the Tudor Empire, while the Zoroast family belonged to the Solomon Empire. The two were enemies. Furthermore, according to the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation, the higher the sequence, the greater the conflict between Beyonders of the same pathway. It was just like a battle between two snakes of Mercury. Unfortunately, this method was limited by practical difficulties. In the end, Klein gave up on it. Firstly, it was because he had no idea where to find Blasphemer Amon. Secondly, he was worried that a battle at the angel level would directly destroy Leonard Mitchell. Thirdly, it was because strengthening Amon might be a very serious bad thing. I'll first get Emlyn to attempt the transaction and observe the exact situation. I'll decide what to do after I grasp more details. Klein reined in his thoughts and said to the radio transceiver that was connected to Rhodes, "Don't worry. Ask away." The sound of the radio transceiver became rather light and lively. The illusory white paper was spat out very gently. "No, there's no need. This is an adjunct to my question. There's no need to follow the rules. Great Master, I can sense something strange outside your room, but I can't see it clearly. Can you tell me what it is? This magic mirror is very powerful. It seems to be able to see everything. However, when it comes to high-level matters, it will be disrupted and censored. Klein calmly replied, Die of probability. Amidst the clicking sounds, Rhodes produced new words on the illusory white paper. Great Master, you can ask your question now. Klein thought for a moment and said, Great Master, you can ask your question now. Regarding the die of probability, is there anything you want to remind me of? At this moment, the radio transceiver seemed to brighten up a little. It was no longer as gloomy as before as the illusory white paper's spitting slowed down. It's an especially petty fellow that holds a grudge. Master, you have to give it to someone else as soon as possible. It's an item formed from the uniqueness of the Wheel of Destiny. You can give it to any snake of Mercury. They will be very grateful to you. In short, it's not suitable to be your servant. Its aura is about to dissipate. Your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, has no choice but to leave. Finally, I'll praise you once again, my great master, the ruler above the spirit world. Bye-bye uniqueness. The die of probability is actually the uniqueness of the monster pathway. This is the first time I'm seeing a so-called uniqueness. It's indeed terrifying. Can digitize the entire world of reality. The monster pathway is also known as the Wheel of Destiny pathway. Sequence 0 is the Wheel of Destiny? Klein looked at the radio transceiver that had returned to normal, momentarily unable to retract his thoughts. He didn't have any greedy emotions towards the die of probability. This was because it wasn't from the seer pathway and it had extremely terrifying negative effect. He was also afraid that over time, the die that held a grudge would attract tail-devourer Ouroboros. If I bring this above the gray fog, even if it can be isolated and sealed inside, it's likely that it can digitize that mysterious space. In the future, the tarot gatherings might become a group game. Klein had never come into contact with such high-level matters, so he had no way of determining what would happen if he threw the die of probability above the gray fog. He decided to continue threatening the die and successfully send it to Orvie Island, handing it over to a member of the Life School of Thought who had the means to seal it. As for the problem of exceeding the mission limit, he didn't mind it. This was because the greatest benefit was to obtain the friendship of Snake of Fate Will Ausepton. Bakeland Harvest Church. Emlyn White held the strange badge the size of an eyeball, and chuckled inwardly. The world sure is long-winded. Isn't it just going to North Borough's Pinster Street to find a nighthawk named Leonard Mitchell? He even specially emphasized that the other party has a secret and that there's a high chance that he can drag someone into a dream. He's doubting my abilities. Emlyn stood up, changed into a tuxedo and a white shirt, and turned his head to look out the window. He has a secret and so do I. I dare to bet that Lord Nibbs or some other earl is secretly watching me. If anything were to happen, they would definitely provide me with some help. Entering a dream. Emlyn considered for a few seconds, took out a small metal bottle, and concocted a bottle of blue medicine with the ingredients rich in spirituality. Putting away the bottle and medicine, he picked up his silk top hat, walked out of the lounge, bade farewell to Bishop Utravsky, and left the Harvest Church. It was just morning, but the sky above Bakeland was very dark. A thin fog spread out like water. Emlyn narrowed his eyes, wore his hat, and muttered to himself. The sunlight is a little glaring. He flagged down a rental carriage and went straight to the steam train station. He spent 6 pence to buy a first-class ticket to Northborough. This saved him quite a bit of time compared to heading there directly. More than 40 minutes later, he arrived at his destination and stood outside the door of 7, Pinster Street. Emlyn politely pulled the doorbell and waited patiently for a minute. Just as he was about to write a note and stuff it under the crack of the door to arrange a time for his next visit, he finally heard lazy footsteps approaching. It doesn't seem like a servant. Emlyn nodded indiscernibly, took out the medicine he had concocted, twisted the lid, and gulped it down. Then, he saw the door open and saw a black-haired, green-eyed man appear in front of him. He was wearing a white shirt and black trousers, and the hem of his clothes was pulled out, fluttering in the wind. Amidst his elegance, there was a hint of unruliness. Although he's a believer of Evernight, I have to say that his looks can barely be compared to us sanguine. Emlyn took off his hat and raised his chin slightly. "Good morning. Are you Mr. Leonard Mitchell?" Leonard frowned inconspicuously as he looked at the handsome man with a pair of eye-catching red eyes. He raised his hand to cover his mouth and yawned in a seemingly casual manner. "You are a visitor. I have something I need your help with." Emlyn didn't reveal his identity as he said with a slightly arrogant smile. This kind of attitude and this kind of feeling gave Leonard an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if he was seeing his past self, always thinking that he was the most special one, the main character of the era. He cleared his throat and said, "I'm just an ordinary citizen. I don't accept commissions. If you have any problems, you can go to a private investigator." Emlyn White smiled. "Only you can complete this task." He glanced around and continued, "That's right. I want to buy a mystical item that can steal the beyonder powers of others." Leonard narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" At this moment, Emlyn didn't immediately answer. Instead, he surveyed the area and chuckled. "It really is powerful. I almost didn't notice it before I was dragged into the dream." He wasn't in a hurry to leave. Under Leonard Mitchell's solemn expression, he took out the small badge from the world. Leonard glanced at it as his expression eased a little. He turned his head slightly and paused for a few seconds. Silently, Emlyn White saw the scenery around him rapidly shatter and vanish, as though glass had been shattered at the same time. Leonard scoffed and pointed inside the house. "Come in first. P.S. There's no early update at midnight. Tomorrow will still be the normal time." Chapter 6:20. Upon hearing Leonard Mitchell's invitation, Emlyn didn't show any fear. He held his silk top hat and calmly entered the house with a faint smile. He didn't take off his coat, because a potions professor would always have many supplementary items on him. It wouldn't look good without them covering him. Emlyn sat down in his well-ironed tuxedo and leaned his back against the support behind him. "Actually, you don't have to go through so much trouble. If you have it, name your price. If you don't, be honest. Of course, I'm very sure you have it." He chuckled as his bright red eyes reflected Leonard Mitchell's figure that didn't care about his clothes being neat. This scene of him knowing his secret while he didn't know anything about him made Emlyn feel extremely comfortable and superior. Leonard combed his raven-black hair with his fingers and casually sat on the chair opposite him. He smiled without any panic or doubt. Without any panic or puzzlement, he smiled and said, "At the very least, I need to know who wants it. Maybe it's me, or maybe it's my friend." Emlyn raised his chin and smiled elegantly. Leonard narrowed his eyes and turned his head slightly as though he was thinking about something. Finally, he laughed. "All right, since you've already brought this badge here, I'll answer you honestly. I do have a mystical item that can steal the beyonder powers of others, but it's the only one. If you wish to buy it, 7,000 pounds. No bargaining. 7,000 pounds? Such mystical items are that expensive?" Although he didn't need to fork out the money, Emlyn was still shocked. He nearly couldn't maintain his demeanor as a sanguine. In his mind, he automatically converted this sum of money into how many dolls and how many doll dresses he would need. After 2 seconds of silence, Emlyn smiled and said, "I'll think about it. I'll give you an answer in 2 days." "Sure." The corners of Leonard Mitchell's mouth curled up. After leaving the house at 7 Pinster Street, Emlyn acted as though nothing had happened. He hired a rental carriage to head to the steam train station in Northborough before returning to the south side of the bridge. Taking off his hat, he looked back at the carriage that drove past the bustling street. Emlyn chuckled and walked into the Harvest Church. In the middle of a street tree and an iron-black gas lamp pole, an inconspicuous shadow suddenly floated, revealing the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell. He appeared without a sound and did not attract any attention from passers-by. Someone from the Church of Earth Mother? Emlyn frowned slightly as he muttered to himself. He paused for 2 seconds and left the Rose Street where the Harvest Church was located. £7,000? Why doesn't he rob it? Above the grey fog, Klein nearly blurted out when he heard Emlyn's report. He had said something similar when he was German Sparrow, but his mood was completely different in both situations. According to the bounty offered by the Golden Dream's third mate, Flowery Bow Tie Jodson, Klein estimated that the price of a mystical item was around £5,000. Even if there was a premium, it would at most reach £6,000. To his surprise, Leonard Mitchell had directly offered £7,000. Could it be an item left behind by a high-sequence Beyonder, and stealing the Beyonder powers of others is just one of its effects? No, if that's the case, the price should start at £10,000. My dear poet, why didn't I know that you were a profiteer in the past? You clearly acted very carefree and didn't care about money. Klein couldn't help but sigh. Since he already had a clue and could see the light at the end of the tunnel, and it could be resolved with money, Klein didn't wish to seek other channels to prevent any accidents from happening. He quickly calculated his net worth and found that this was a price he could afford. Including the £300 paid by the apothecary in advance, the £5,400 from Wormtongue's bounty, and the money obtained from the corpses, as well as the £200 paid to Miss Magicians, I now have a total of £12,767 in cash and 5 gold coins. This doesn't include the change of 3 soldi and 8 pence. In addition, Miss Justice will pay the debt of £2,000 and £1,800 for the psychiatrist characteristic before the end of the week. I'm much richer than I imagined. Even in Bakeland, I can be considered a tycoon. Klein took a deep breath, and without any hesitation, he made the cash fly over from the top of the junk pile and land on the table. He seriously counted out £7,500 in cash and placed it to the side, £7,000 for the mystical item and £500 for Emlyn's risk. Sigh, I've worked so hard to earn more than £10,000, and I've lost more than half of it in an instant. Klein conjured World, and got him to make a praying gesture to inform Emlyn that there were no problems. In 15 minutes, he would hold a ritual to receive Mr. Fool's bestowment. In addition, Klein also got World to remind Emlyn not to rush to complete the transaction after receiving the cash. He had to wait until tomorrow. He was afraid that the Zoroast family's angel in Leonard Mitchell's body would sense the grey fog's aura on the cash. He wanted to dissipate the aura, just like when he gave Emlyn the badge. 15 minutes later, Klein glanced at the remaining gold pounds that had been reduced by more than half. He sighed and returned to the real world. At that moment it was already 10:40 on Friday. There were still about 8 hours before the liner arrived at Orvie Island. It's time to scare the die of probability again, Klein muttered as he held a ritual and brought out the iron cigar case that contained the all-black eye. He guessed that Darkwill had some suspicions about this, so he had deliberately taken the die to the washroom to deal with it. Seeing the die of probability calm down again, Klein quickly dealt with the all-black eye and the iron cigar case. He heaved a long sigh of relief and did a mental count of the time. I should be able to last until I hand it to Darkwill's contact. There's no need to do anything else. With this in mind, Klein worriedly considered another problem. The all-black eye has appeared in front of the true creator before, and there's even his mental corruption. If I take it out every few hours, he might lock onto him and send powerhouses to search for it. However, it's only for a minute or two each time, so it shouldn't be a problem. Even if they sense it, their sense of location won't be too accurate. Sigh, this involves the true creator, so there's no way to use divination to confirm it. All I can do is be on high alert. Thankfully, this is the last time it happens. Furthermore, it's only 7 to 8 hours before we reach our destination. Why would I raise a flag for myself? Pooey, pooey, pooey. I wasn't thinking of anything just now. Klein picked up the die of probability and returned to the living room. He saw the chubby apothecary slumped in a reclining chair, looking dispirited. As for the owl, Harry, it was brimming with energy, as though it didn't need rest. Is this the different specialties that different creatures obtain after consuming the same potion? At the very least, Miss Justice didn't mention that she doesn't need to sleep. A unique trait brought about by an owl's physiological structure? Sigh, I don't understand it well enough. Indeed, it's a keyboard warrior who knows a little of everything. Klein sat on the sofa and placed the milky white die into the ring box. He patiently waited for the arrival of the evening and the ship to enter the harbor. Time ticked by as the bright sun in the sky gradually moved west and lower. At this moment, Klein, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly straightened his body. He sensed that intense danger was about to descend upon him. This exceeded the spiritual intuition of a seer and the premonition of danger of a clown. It seemed to stem from the formless gray fog that had strangely appeared around him. There's an enemy! Tailed devourer Ouroboros, or a saint from the Aurora order. Klein opened his eyes as he thought of a countermeasure with an abnormally serious expression. At such a moment, he would have to consider reviving if he made the slightest mistake. As for the chubby apothecary Darkwill and the owl, Harry, it was impossible for them to escape. In the beginning, he pinned his hopes on the visitor only having a vague sense of the area and not being able to find him or the die of probability. But considering that they were on a cruise ship and that there was no human presence nearby, it didn't seem difficult to lock onto a target. When the time came, it would be even more troublesome. All he could do was decisively give up. Above the liner, the void was suddenly torn apart, and an invisible door covered with all kinds of complicated symbols appeared. Two slightly pale hands reached out from the crack in the door and suddenly pulled it back, allowing the entire body to walk out. He wore a black bonnet and a classic dark-colored robe that elders loved, but he didn't look to be in his 40s. His brown hair was slightly curled, giving him an abnormally hard feeling. His dark eyes seemed to have countless shadows lingering in them, but they also seemed to hide a chaotic world. Klein's sense of danger intensified. Just the change in his expression frightened Darkwill and the owl, Harry, so much that they didn't dare to move. Without any hesitation, he leaned forward and picked up the die of probability based on the contingency plans he had made for similar situations over the past few days. I want 1 point for judging the behavior of those who have just arrived, Klein muttered in a deep voice as he threw out the milky white die. He subconsciously prayed to the goddess, hoping that the die, which had just been terrorized not too long ago, would be obedient and be of use. At the same time, he appeared extremely calm to prevent the die from sensing his tension and taking the opportunity to mess things up. Amidst the sounds of collisions, the die of probability tumbled a few times before stopping at a blood-red one point. Above the liner, the black-robed man who wasn't even 40 had the entire ship reflected in his eyes. He emanated his spirituality and scanned the area. He reached out to grab the void in front of him and suddenly pulled open a nearly invisible door. The powerhouse stepped in and vanished from his spot. In the first-class cabin, Klein immediately felt that the danger was gone as he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He stared at the die of probability on the coffee table and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If this die didn't have such a huge negative effect and could be fully utilized, it would be a divine artifact. As expected of a Grade 0 sealed artifact. As expected of a uniqueness of the monster pathway, what happened just now? Only then did Darkwill find his courage and carefully ask. Klein maintained his posture and calmly replied, "You don't need to know. I understand. I understand. The more you know, the more dangerous it is." Darkwill wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. In the next few hours, nothing unexpected happened. When the sun fell into the horizon and the sky was completely dark, Klein finally saw a towering lighthouse not far away. P.S. Asking for monthly recommendation tickets on Monday. Chapter 6:21. Orvie was located northeast of the Rørsted archipelago. The straight-line distance wasn't far, but the safe sea route had many twists and turns, increasing the distance by a few hundred nautical miles. It was originally a primitive island with many beyonder creatures. It wasn't inhabited by humans, and after the hunting era ended, the Ruan kingdom used it as a place of exile for certain criminals. It allowed Orvie Island to gradually have villages and towns. When the islands further east were discovered and colonized, the convenience of the sea route and the rich natural resources attracted many new immigrants, allowing it to become a relatively bustling port city. The lighthouse's light was very obvious and warm in the dark environment. It guided the liner into the harbor and docked at the dock. "I'm finally here. Thank you for the blessings of the crimson moon and fate." Darkwill jumped down the last gangway and stepped onto the solid concrete ground. To be serious, apart from fate, you should mainly thank the fool and sea god for their blessings. Klein held the leather suitcase in one hand as he tapped the cane in his hand. Darkwill put away the ring box that contained the die of probability and didn't waste any time asking where Carnot lived. He hired a rental carriage and headed straight for St. Draco Cathedral, entering the magnificent bell tower that boldly used red, blue, and yellow colors. Inside the bell tower, Carnot had a tiny room that belonged to him. Knock, knock, knock. Darkwill knocked on the door thrice, eager to hand over the item in his hand. With a creak, the brown wooden door opened, and a tall but slightly hunched man walked out of the room. He looked to be in his 40s, and there was nothing wrong with his facial features alone. But when put together, it was filled with incongruity. Klein only needed a glance to discover that his eyes were of different heights and heights. His nostrils were of different sizes, and the muscles on his left side were slightly loose, causing the corners of his mouth to droop. As for his right side, it was the opposite. Carnot's legs were clearly of different length. One of his arms was thick while the other was thin. His entire body was asymmetrical and extremely ugly. "You are." The black-robed Carnot glanced at the duo. "Are you Carnot the bellringer?" Darkwill asked cautiously. The corners of Carnot's mouth were high while the corners of his mouth were low. "There shouldn't be a second person as ugly as me." "Indeed." Darkwill nodded very honestly before chuckling. "I can tell that you have a good attitude. In fact, looks aren't important to men. What's important is their ability in that area. Tisk, you've never seen ladies who are really obsessed with looks." Klein, who had experienced the era of popular celebrities, snorted. Kanua's expression darkened. "I don't want to discuss this." "You have problems in that area too?" "It's fine. I have all sorts of medicine. There's definitely one that can treat your problem." Before Darkwill could finish his sentence, Klein, who was afraid that he would be beaten to death, took a step forward and blocked half his body. Klein said in a low voice, "He's Roy King's student." "I've already guessed it." Roy King described his characteristic. Kano stepped aside and invited the two of them in. His room was very small, with only a bed and a cupboard that could be used as a table. The bathroom was at the bottom of the bell tower. Darkwill took out a ring box and handed it to Carnot as he forced a smile. He smiled and said to Darkwill, "My teacher wants me to pass this to you." Carnot opened it and took a look. Seeing that the die had 4 points facing up, he heaved a sigh of relief and said to Darkwill, "You aren't as unreliable as your teacher described." "You are not as unreliable as your teacher said. I can see that you have not tried to use it. This will awaken it and let it know that it is no longer sealed." The chubby apothecary's face blushed as he said honestly, "It's just rather quiet now. In another 1 to 2 hours it will automatically spin again. It's best you think of a way to seal it again." Carnot's face twitched. Again. Tethys. I accidentally dropped it to the ground, and then it came alive bit by bit. Darkwill instinctively wanted to glance at the owl, Harry, but he realized that it hadn't followed him in. It was standing guard outside the bell tower. Carnot's eyes clearly widened as his hunched body nearly straightened. How did you arrive here? From his point of view, Roy King's student should have long been killed by the die. Darkwill hurriedly pointed at the German sparrow and said, It's all thanks to this gentleman. It's all thanks to this gentleman. He's a powerful adventurer, and he provided the most effective protection and temporary method to seal the die. What method? Carnot blurted out a question. Klein smiled. A trade secret. Carnot's expression changed a few times as he pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. I thank you for your help on behalf of our organization. Darkwill took the opportunity to say. His employment price is £1,000 and a request. His request is for us to help him find a mystical item with powerful offensive properties that doesn't have serious negative effect. He will purchase it at a reasonable price. I only have slightly more than £300, so that's all I paid in advance. The rest will be up to you. Carnot listened in silence as the corners of his mouth twitched. I only have slightly more than £100. Suddenly, no one in the bellringer's room spoke a word. The wind outside blew in through the cracks, brushing past the trio's faces. Finally, Carnot spoke again. Perhaps Counselor Ricardo has it. I'll bring you to meet him. From the looks of it, he trusts us a lot. After all, a fate counselor can't be compared to the die of probability. If we really have a problem, we wouldn't have brought the die here to prevent any accidents from happening and the uniqueness from being snatched back. Klein watched as Carnot picked up a lantern from the corner of the room. At this moment, he secretly activated his spirit vision and did a simple examination of Carnot. Upon doing so, Klein nearly pricked up his brows. This was because Carnot's aura's color was rather unique. There was nothing wrong with the color of his emotions. It was very normal, but the ether body that represented his body didn't appear natural. The green of his heart, the purple of his head, and the yellow of his digestive system seemed to be pieced together in a disharmonious manner. Similarly, Carnot's psyche gave off a similar feeling. An internal stitched freak? Klein made a rough judgment based on what he had seen and heard. After Carnot finished setting up the lantern, he turned to look at the adventurer, German Sparrow. He said without any expression, I'm very sensitive to spirit vision. I believe you have also discovered some problems. I'm not a naturally born person. I'm a product of the Church of Earth Mother's human body refinement. It's a relatively failed product, so I don't have the ability in that aspect. His final words were directed at Darkwill. Carnot didn't say another word. With the lantern in hand, he donned a black robe and hunched his tall body. With the help of the dim yellow light, he walked down the dark and silent bell tower. A product of the Church of Earth Mother's human body refinement? But St. Draco Cathedral belongs to the Church of the Storm. Due to its relative failure and lack of importance, Carnot betrayed the Church of Earth Mother and became a member of the Life School of Thought? This is understandable. The Church of Earth Mother and the Life School of Thought both wield the apothecary pathway, so they definitely have some interactions. But why would the Life School of Thought send this fellow, who doesn't look simple, to the Church of the Storm to be a bellringer? Is it a normal disguise, or is there some connection between the two? Klein calmly followed behind Carnot as he walked out of the bell tower and circled to a nearby stone bridge. Just as he approached the leftmost bridge, Klein suddenly sensed something as he looked up diagonally. The owl, Harry, flew over and landed on a branch. Gotcha! The branch suddenly snapped as Harry plummeted straight down. It took him great effort to fly up again without crashing to the ground. Darkwill was just about to say a word when Carnot explained in a deep voice, Counselor Ricardo is injured. His strength is somewhat out of control. As long as one enters a certain range of him, they will be tainted with bad luck. Kanua stopped moving and threw the ring box containing the dice into the hole under the bridge. Mr. Counselor, Roy King's student has sent the die over. Very good. A hoarse voice sounded from deep within the dark bridge. A palm with some silver-white scales reached out from the pitch-black darkness and pressed down on the ring box that had fallen to the ground. Following that, he opened the ring box and took out the milky white die. His other hand, which also had silver-white scales, reached out as he held a paper-like item made of leather. The item resembled a water pipe, but it was connected from end to end. Under the crimson moonlight, it appeared grayish-white in color. There were many complicated symbols and labels on its surface, as well as many ancient Hermes words that pointed to Snake of Mercury, will Septon. Fate Counselor Ricardo pulled open the item and stuffed the die of probability inside. Then, he connected it from end to end, using a small repetition of fate to seal the die of probability, causing it to constantly be in a dormant or silent state. Indeed, Snake of Mercury, will Septon, foresaw such a thing and made certain preparations. Klein retracted his gaze in relief as he heard Ricardo say in a hoarse voice, "I'm already aware of your agreement, Mr. German Sparrow. I'll help you search for the mystical item once I recover. Then £700. I'll immediately give you additional luck. You can go to the few casinos in Orvie to play, and you'll be able to receive the corresponding remuneration. Remember, don't win more than £200 in each casino, and the total won't exceed £700. In other words, you don't have money either. Seeing how you were hiding after being injured, it's normal that you didn't bring any money." Klein nodded indiscernibly. "All right." After waiting for more than 10 seconds without feeling anything, Fate Counselor Ricardo heaved a sigh of relief. "You've become lucky enough." "Really?" Klein chose to believe him and didn't disturb Darkwill from reporting his teacher's imprisonment to his elders. According to Carnot's introduction, he found a nearby casino and sat at a blackjack table. 10 minutes later, he walked out of the casino with a confused and sluggish expression. Not only did he not win any money, but he also lost £30. What happened to luck? Why should I believe him? That old man is very evil. Klein did not hesitate to return to the stone bridge and approach the bridge. "So fast? You sure have good luck," Ricardo said with a chuckle while coughing in the dark bridge. At this moment, Darkwill and the owl, Harry, had already found a nearby hotel to stay in. Klein replied in a deadpan manner, "I lost. I lost. I lost." Ricardo ruminated over the word, unable to form a sentence for a long time. In the dark and silent environment, an ordinary owl flew over uneasily. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday at the end of the month. Chapter 622. The gas lamps on both ends of the stone bridge silently illuminated the road, but they were unable to disperse the darkness beneath. Only the dark crimson light that fell from the sky could barely light up the brown soil. Fate Counselor Ricardo, who was hiding under the bridge, didn't make a sound for a long time. It made Klein wonder if he had already passed away due to his severe injuries. He guessed that the failure of the augmented luck was likely due to such factors. Just as Klein was about to probe and confirm the situation, Ricardo coughed twice and said in a deep voice, "As expected of a powerful adventurer who can temporarily seal the die. As expected of a powerful adventurer who can temporarily seal the die. The present situation has exceeded my expectations. Ahem, I'm very curious. What exactly happened that caused my augmented luck to be completely ineffective? Unfortunately, I'm unable to come out and face you directly. Otherwise, I should be able to see things that beyonders of other pathways find difficult to see, even if they have relatively high spirit vision. This is something unique that only the Fate pathway has. So, the problem lies with me? That's not the point. The point is that you have to give me that £700. No, £730. As Klein lampooned inwardly, he couldn't help but recall the orphan, Ade Missile, who was nicknamed Monster in Tingen City. That young man, who was equivalent to half a sequence 9, fell to the ground with a tragic cry after seeing Klein. His eyes bled, and he was so afraid that it was as though he had encountered a devil. This is because he has the uniqueness of the Wheel of Destiny pathway, allowing him to see through my problem and something related to the gray fog. Unfortunately, this fate counselor's injuries are rather serious. He has a domain of misfortune, so there's no way for him to help me examine him. I'll ask Snake of Mercury Will Septon when I return. He might know something. However, this pathway also has the bearing of a charlatan. He might not answer me directly. There's a high chance that he'll give me a few vague and ambiguous words. Klein maintained his expressionless state. Then what do you plan on doing? Ricardo sighed and said, Get Darkwill over. I'll augment him with luck and get him to win money at the casino on your behalf. According to the name of the hotel given by Ricardo, Klein quickly found the chubby apothecary Darkwill. Then, carrying his suitcase and cane, he watched in a daze as he constantly won money at the major casinos. In the wee hours of the morning, he had earned £750. After receiving the final payment of 730 yen, Klein clearly realized a problem. The reason why his luck had failed was because of him. Why? Klein put away his bulging wallet and frowned as he muttered to himself. He quickly thought of the thin grayish-white mist around him and vaguely understood the reason. After advancing to faceless, the gray fog has a certain level of intertwining with reality. Not only can it help me block out the ravings that aren't that strong, but it can also destroy the influence of fate that others exert on me within a certain range. Therefore, the luck bestowed by the counselor was ineffective. According to this logic, a certain degree of misfortune shouldn't be able to affect me. What's this? Even if it prevents me from becoming an unlucky person, it also destroys my hopes of becoming a lucky person and a winner. Klein shook his head inwardly as he returned to the stone bridge with Darkwill and the owl. He informed Fate Counselor Ricardo of the method to summon his messenger and got him to immediately inform him of the news of an offensive mystical item. After doing all this, Klein found a hotel in Orvie Island's port city and checked into an ordinary room. Morning in Bakeland. Emlyn White walked under the gloomy sky he liked, passing through the thick fog that wasn't as thick as last November or December. Once again, he arrived outside 7 Pinster Street in Northborough. After pulling the doorbell, he straightened his back and raised his chin as he patiently waited. Leonard opened the door and looked at the handsome but rather irritating face. He made way and allowed him to enter. He was still wearing a white shirt and black trousers, but he had an additional dark-colored vest that wasn't buttoned up. "Have you thought it through?" Leonard asked with a smile. "No problem." As he wasn't spending his own money, Emlyn had no intention of haggling over the price. He even believed that with the attitude the other party had previously shown, haggling over the price would only cause the price to rise. Leonard nodded gently and chuckled. "You're very rich. I can tell that you're trying to get information out of me." Emlyn snorted inwardly. "That's not something you need to be concerned about." With that said, he raised the tiny suitcase in his hand and opened it to show the £7,000 in cash inside. Leonard took out the stacks of cash and checked them carefully for a moment. Then, he took off the red glove he wore on his left hand and handed it to Emlyn. "This is the mystical item you need. It can use different colors to disguise itself. It's called Tinder. It can increase the user's charm, making his words extremely persuasive. It can steal one of the target's Beyonder powers within a 50-meter range. The more one understands the target, the easier it is to steal the one they want. The more ignorant they are, the closer it is to random and depends on luck. When the target sequence is higher than 6, there's a chance of failure. The higher it is, the higher the chance of failure. After the theft is successful, the original target will lose that Beyonder power. It will take at least 12 hours to recover. As for Tinder's owner, they can use it skillfully for about 10 minutes. And the reason why it's expensive is because it has very few negative effects. After quietly listening to the other party's introduction, Emlyn was very interested in the mystical item, Tinder. He asked, "What negative effects?" Leonard combed his hair and smiled. "First, when wearing it, there's a small chance of losing an item on you. Second, after using it, one of your Beyonder powers will be lost for at least 12 hours. However, there will only be one Beyonder power within this period of time. In other words, even if you use it multiple times, only one Beyonder power will be lost. Compared to many sealed artifacts I know, its negative effects are indeed very small." Emlyn cleared his throat and nodded slightly. He took the Tinder glove and checked it carefully. Then, he took out the stacks of cash from the suitcase and placed them on the coffee table. Following that, he placed the glove into the suitcase and didn't carry it with him. Carrying the suitcase, Emlyn returned to the Harvest Church just like before. He entered the priest's break room and set up the sacrificial ritual. The illusory and mysterious door opened as the red glove passed through the dark and deep void, about to enter the world above the gray fog. At this moment, the surface of the glove that came into contact with the gray fog suddenly produced a distorted and terrifying tiny human face. It constantly evaporated as it tried its best to maintain itself. Upon seeing this scene, Klein wasn't too surprised. After all, the grandpa in Leonard's body was an angel of the Marauder pathway. Whatever Amon's avatar could do, it wasn't impossible for him. With regards to this, he was already fully prepared. He believed that even if the other party really reached Amon's level, he could eliminate the corresponding aura and prevent him from detecting the gray fog's existence, allowing him to attack Emlyn. Picking up the sea god's scepter that had long been placed in front of him, Klein made the blue gems light up at the same time in a condescending manner. Suddenly, the world above the gray fog lit up with a silvery white light. Bolts of lightning struck the tiny illusory face like a torrential rain, bringing with them a tiny bit of the gray fog's powers. The face completely dissipated before it could even let out a tragic cry, leaving behind a dead, translucent worm with 12 transparent rings. "Worm of time. But weaker than Amon," Klein muttered as he beckoned for the red glove and the familiar worm to fly over. After careful identification, he confirmed that the worm was basically the same as the one left behind by Amon's avatar. "My dear poet's grandpa is in the same sequence as Amon." "Sequence 1? No, that might not be the case. This might just be a characteristic of a particular sequence before it. If it's really a sequence 1, considering that Amon is the son of the Creator, a king of angels, perhaps he has fused with the uniqueness or another sequence 1 characteristic." Klein made a guess, but he had no way of confirming it. As for what the dead worm of time could be used for, or when its spirituality would completely dissipate, he could only throw it into the junk pile due to his lack of knowledge. Bakeland, 7, Pinster Street. Leonard Mitchell sat on the sofa with his eyes closed. His feet were placed on the coffee table, as though he was using a short nap to make up for the night's lucidity. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly opened his eyes and suppressed his voice. "What happened? Have you confirmed the true buyer of the Tinder?" A slightly aged voice sounded in his mind. "The aura I left behind has been removed, completely removed." "Did you discover anything?" Leonard retracted his legs and asked in a deep voice. The old voice sighed and said, "That's right. No. Everything was over before I could react. If I was in my best condition, I might have been able to grasp the corresponding clues. Unfortunately, I've been weak for many years." Leonard fell silent for about 10 seconds before shaking his head. "Then let's pretend that this matter didn't happen for now." Above the gray fog, Klein listened to Emlyn's prayer and memorized the information about the mystical item as he examined the glove named Tinder. This way, I'll also have a glove on my right hand," he chuckled and muttered to himself. After careful consideration, Klein gave up on the attempt to immediately steal the true creator's mental corruption from the all-black eye. He did this to ensure success, hoping to leave the opportunity for when he could concoct the Nimblewright Master Potion. According to the records of the City of Silver, even without the gray fog's shielding, such an operation wouldn't be a problem. And with the gray fog, there wouldn't be any accidents, even if it was the mental corruption left behind by the true creator. I can also use Tinder during normal times. Yes, when I need to use it, I have to place money, pocket watch, and other mystical items above the gray fog. I have to make sure that nothing is lost. Actually, even if I don't do this, it wouldn't be a problem. As a seer, would I be afraid of not being able to find something I drop? Heh, in normal combat, I'll have creeping hunger in my left hand and Tinder in my right hand. Just the thought of it makes me think it's quite impressive. Klein reined in his thoughts and discovered that the Sequence 5 Nimblewright Master Potion was basically ready, apart from 2 rather common supplementary ingredients. He nodded indiscernibly as he silently muttered to himself, I just need to wait for the Faceless Potion to be completely digested. Then, I'll take Admiral of Stars or Mr. The Hanging Man's ship to the easternmost side of the Sonia Sea in search of mermaids. P.S. Requesting monthly votes for the last 3 days of January. Chapter 623. The Kingdom of Rouen, the capital of East Chester County, Stone City. After leaving the manor and entering the villa, Audrey finished socializing with the nobles there and sent a servant to withdraw a sum of cash from the Varvat Bank. At this point, she didn't need to worry about anything. She could easily repay the £2,000 she owed Mr. Fool's Blessed and pay Mr. World the £1,800 that stemmed from the psychiatrist characteristic. 15 minutes later, Audrey opened the bedroom door and glanced at her personal maid, Annie, who was supervising the servants. She then looked down at the golden retriever that was squatting by the wall. With a smile, she suppressed her voice and said with sparkling eyes, Susie, you'll have a gift later. Susie, you will have a gift later. Are you looking forward to it? If it were the Audrey of the past, she would have definitely said, Susie, your gift is here. This way, the golden retriever would have discovered that she could also obtain the real item in the room. And this would easily make Susie, who had been studying the basics of mysticism, guess that it was in the direction of ritualistic magic. With a different explanation, the matter would become that Audrey had received a mysterious letter/message in her bedroom, confirming that the gift was about to be delivered. There were too many possibilities. Susie read Audrey's joy and sincerity from the bottom of her heart. She subconsciously opened her mouth and vibrated the air to produce a sound to ask what the gift was. However, she acutely noticed that Audrey's personal maid, Annie, had come over. She cautiously gave up on her original thoughts. She returned to the state of an ordinary dog and slowly wagged her tail to express her joy and anticipation. After deliberately finding an excuse to take a stroll outside, Audrey entered the chemistry laboratory that was specially assigned to her. She placed the psychiatrist characteristic and supplementary ingredients on the long table. Susie, do you still remember the process of concocting the potion? She cleared her throat, straightened her back, and played the role of a teacher with great interest. Woof, I remember. Susie already knew what her gift was. She was instantly overjoyed as she barked. Audrey said, Try concocting it yourself. Try concocting it yourself. Susie looked down at her paws and suddenly fell silent. Audrey was stunned at first, and then she also fell silent for a short while. After a few seconds, before the golden retriever could open its mouth, she pursed her lips and smiled in a normal manner. All right, Susie, you don't have to say anything. I know what you want to say. You want to express that you're just a dog and can't make potions, right? So awkward, so awkward. At the same time, the elegant and dignified Audrey covered her face inwardly. Woof. Susie nodded vigorously. Audrey took the opportunity to turn around and quickly concoct the psychiatrist potion. She had previously asked Susie, and she knew that she had completely digested the potion on Wednesday. It hasn't even been 2 months. Yes, a large part of the reason is that Susie doesn't receive much attention. She can run around the manor and villa as she pleases, eavesdrop on private discussions, and read the maid's true thoughts. This is quite good. She shares it with me. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have known that many people have such a dark side to their thoughts. Yet, they are usually very normal and kind. Audrey poured the potion into a bowl and placed it on the ground. She watched as Susie walked over and began licking it. She couldn't help but feel a little anticipation. Susie might also be affected by the potion and experience emotional instability. But it's fine. Miss Psychiatrist Audrey is already prepared. She can use placate at any time. Yes, I prefer the name psychoanalysis. It sounds more professional. Audrey's beautiful emerald-like eyes stared seriously at Susie. She discovered that her pupils were gradually fading and turning vertical. Dark golden scales seemed to grow under her thick fur, and the spirituality that belonged to Susie was constantly spreading out, as though it was intertwining with the entire villa's space. After calming down her slightly nervous emotions, Audrey focused on observing Susie's condition. As long as she showed any abnormalities, she would immediately use the beyonder power of psychoanalysis. Suddenly, Susie's voice sounded in her ear. "Audrey, I did it!" Audrey was momentarily at a loss for words. In the dream, Daisy returned to Eastborough, to the old apartment she had lived in for many years. She pushed open the door and saw her mother, Liv, and sister, Freja, diligently washing clothes. Daisy was instantly delighted and was about to join them in ironing. Just then, she heard knocking on the door. She turned her head and saw that the visitor was a young man in a black and white checkered police uniform. The police officer had black hair and green eyes. His face was a little blurry. He held a notebook and pen and asked, in Capham's case, "Apart from what you've already said, what else did you not say?" "Those are all unimportant things," Daisy replied rather muddle-headedly. The handsome police officer lowered his head to look at his notebook. "It's okay, I'm willing to listen." Darcy turned around to look at the clothes hanging on the wall, feeling as if she had forgotten to remind him of something. She honestly described the trivial details, and finally said, "After I was kidnapped, my mother and sister hired a private detective. He was Mr. Sherlock Moriarty. He's a good man. Although he didn't look for me directly, he contacted the reporters after the incident and helped me fight for compensation from the Foundation." The black-haired, green-eyed officer looked up again and glanced at Daisy. "Very good, I am very satisfied with your answer. Do you still remember what that private detective looked like?" Daisy nodded and wasn't surprised to see Mr. Sherlock Moriarty appear beside her. This great detective had a thick beard and wore gold-rimmed glasses. He was no different from how she remembered him. After the black-haired, green-eyed officer sized her up, Daisy didn't know when he had left, nor did she know why her mother and sister had suddenly disappeared. She ran through Eastborough, searching for a familiar figure. In the end, she woke up in intense depression and sadness. Looking at the dark ceiling of the school dormitory, she fell into a daze for a few seconds. Daisy didn't make a sound. She turned her body and buried most of her face into the pillow. On the edge of the pillow, the wet marks gradually widened. It was Leonard Mitchell who entered Darcy's dream. Although the reason he investigated the 2 cases was so that he could have some time to do some things, he didn't forget to pretend to be perfunctory. In the end, he really found something wrong. In both the Lenivas and Capham cases, the private detective named Sherlock Moriarty and his friend, reporter Mike Joseph, appeared. Although they're only lingering on the periphery of the matter, it's still a direction of investigation. That Sherlock Moriarty looks a little familiar. Which wanted criminal could he be? Leonard recalled what he had seen in his dream, wore his red gloves, and entered the bottom of St. Samuel Cathedral. He had just greeted his team leader, Sostel, when he saw a companion approach and hand him 2 thin pieces of paper. "The red-eyed man from the Harvest Church that you wanted to investigate is all here. Thank you. Shall we have lunch together?" Leonard asked with a smile. The Nighthawk shrugged. "No, as long as you don't give me nightmares anymore." "Deal." Leonard smiled as he received the information. He stood in his spot and wasn't in a rush to sit down. He casually flipped through it. Emlyn White, a vampire. He's currently part of the Church of Earth Mother. He once went missing for a period of time. His parents hired a private detective to search for him. According to a gentleman named Stewart, this matter was finally resolved by the great detective, Sherlock Moriarty. The smile on Leonard's face gradually sank as he turned rather solemn. Sherlock Moriarty? He repeated the name inwardly. Klein wasn't in a rush to find an opportunity to act. He wandered the port city of Orvie Island as a tourist, seeking a brief moment of relaxation in his tense life. This city was mainly populated by new immigrants from Rouen. The food style wasn't much different from the east coast of the kingdom. The difference was that there were rare fruits and all kinds of seafood here. It was quite unique. The city was rich in natural resources, and it was located at a critical point of safe sea routes. People led rather good lives. Even the farmers in the suburbs could save up a certain amount of money through their orchard. This didn't mean that Orvie didn't have poor people or people of the lower class. It was just that this class was mainly made up of former slaves. The Rouen Parliament had long passed a bill to abolish slavery. After swallowing the juicy and sweet fruit pulp, Klein looked at the darkening sky. He turned a corner and entered a bar named Sweet Lemon. It was one of the most famous gathering spots for adventurers in Orvie. Klein planned on gathering the remaining 2 supplementary ingredients for a marionettist, the rather common dragon-patterned tree bark and Sonia Golden spring water. At that moment, the bar was already rather lively. There were many people around the boxing ring holding cups as they cheered loudly. At the surrounding tables, people who appeared to be adventurers were exchanging all sorts of rumors in hushed tones. Klein was about to squeeze his way to the bar when he suddenly heard his name. "I'm German Sparrow. You should know who I am. I've obtained a treasure map, and I need to hire some helpers. It's not that I'm afraid, but I can't carry that many treasures by myself." A green-eyed man in his 30s said to the 2 men and 2 women who were either merchants or adventurers. "You're also called German Sparrow? Treasure map. Why does it sound like a scam? News of me killing Wormtongue has spread from Byam to here? It should be through telegrams and travelers. So, many people know my name and deeds, but they don't know what I look like." Then, a swindler took this opportunity to pretend to be me. Klein came to a realization and moved closer. The green-eyed man drank a mouthful of strong liquor and slammed the cup heavily on the table. "I don't mind if you refuse or agree, but I hate it when people make me wait. Do you want to end up like Wormtongue?" A young man opposite him spoke with some fear. "I know you are a powerful adventurer, so—" The green-eyed man cut him off. At this moment, he felt his collar tighten as he was lifted up and thrown to the door. Klein didn't explain as he threw the fellow out with a deadpan expression. Then, he pulled out his revolver and aimed at the spot where the green-eyed man fell. Without any qualms, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Just as the green-eyed man plopped to the ground, he saw sparks splatter from the ground beneath him. He was so frightened that he instantly swallowed the vicious words he was about to say as he scrambled out of the bar. There was no need for any other words. His weakness directly proved that he wasn't German Sparrow. Klein ignored the dumbfounded victim and politely blew at the muzzle before stuffing the revolver back into his armpit. Following that, he slowly walked to the bar counter amidst the silent atmosphere that had been shocked by the gunshot. P.S. Requesting for more monthly votes for the last 2 days. Chapter 624. Klein sat in front of the bar counter and slammed his fists on the table. A glass of Southville beer. Behind him, A few guards were hesitating if they should come over to warn him or pretend that no one had fired their guns. The bartender signaled the guards with his eyes, picked up a glass, and chuckled. He chuckled and said, "Why don't you have a glass of sweet lemon?" Our boss once went to Trier to learn how to mix drinks and mastered many of the cocktails left behind by Roselle the Great. He also created Orvie's most popular sweet lemon. Klein wasn't tempted at all as he calmly replied, "I only drink beer. I only drink beer." "All right." The bartender wasn't in a hurry to take the glass of Southville beer as he said with a smile, "Sir, are you an adventurer?" Klein nodded and didn't answer. The bartender didn't hesitate as he said with a smile, "Perhaps you should meet our boss. He's always very friendly to new adventurers and is happy to treat them to a drink. Besides, this will help you in other ways." Klein, who had planned on buying the supplementary ingredients for a Nimblewright master, didn't reject the offer. He took out a brass penny, flicked it up, and caught it firmly. He placed the penny on the bar counter as a fee to thank the bartender for the reminder. He slowly stood up and followed a guard up the stairs to the second floor, entering a room on the other end of the corridor. The room was covered in thick, brown, and soft carpet. It emanated the faint smell of high-quality coal, mixed with the fragrance of a cigar. A middle-aged man with blonde hair combed back was sitting in a reclining chair. He was smoking a cigar and reading a newspaper. Around him were more than 6 bodyguards. Although Klein wasn't a beyonder in the spectator domain, making it impossible for him to determine the characteristics and strength of the bodyguards from the details, nor was he a mystery prior or monster pathway. He could see certain secrets and discover things that others couldn't. His spiritual intuition made him believe that there were definitely beyonders among the bodyguards, beyonders that could pose a certain threat to him. The middle-aged man put down the newspaper and tugged at the collar of his black shirt. He slowly stood up and extended his right hand. "Welcome to Orvie, my adventurer friend." His blue eyes had a hint of a smile, making him look rather sincere. Klein also extended his right hand and lightly touched the other party's. He didn't say anything and waited for the other party to speak. The middle-aged man pointed to the sofa opposite the reclining chair and chuckled. "I'm the boss here, Bilt Brando. I used to be an adventurer and my strength was not bad. At least I was able to survive until now and earn quite a lot of money." He's very confident in his strength, which is why he dared to express it so directly. Klein sat down without standing on ceremony. He leaned forward slightly and waited expressionlessly for Bilt to continue. Upon receiving no response from the adventurer, Bilt sat down again and puffed on his cigar. "Frankly speaking, I do have my own reasons for meeting with every new adventurer." He pointed to the nautical chart on the desk in the room and described it in a magnetic voice. "Heading east from the Rorstad archipelago, the sea will become more and more chaotic. The military and the church's strength will decrease, and they can only protect their own ports. These waters are a paradise for pirates, and it's extremely disadvantageous to us adventurers. Therefore, I wish to organize everyone and establish a loose alliance to unite when facing danger. This alliance won't have any strong restrictions. You can choose to watch from the sidelines when other adventurers encounter danger, and no one will punish you. However, if you encounter similar situations in the future, there's no need to hope for help. In addition, I can promise you that adventurers in this alliance will receive a discount that's close to the bottom price when purchasing items from me. When selling your spoils, it will be at least equivalent to the market price." After the introduction, Bilt smiled at the new adventurer and chuckled. "How about it? Are you interested in joining this loose alliance? Don't worry, you won't have any additional expenses. Our aim is to help each other when we encounter pirates." Klein nodded. "Sounds good. Haha, I think so too. I once wanted to name this alliance Brotherhood of Adventurers, but I later felt that the word brotherhood was too forceful, so I changed it to Adventurers Association." Bilt gave a self-deprecating laugh. Having said that, He lowered his cigar-wielding hand and smacked his lips, shaking his head with a smile. "Sorry, I forgot to ask for your name." Klein maintained his posture and replied in a deep voice, "That's right. German Sparrow." German Sparrow. Bilt's eyelids twitched as his smile instantly stiffened. The bodyguards around him tensed up as though they were facing a formidable enemy. Bilt quickly returned to normal. He didn't probe if it was the real German Sparrow or an impostor. He chuckled. "Is there anything you want to buy? I have a lot of good stuff here." "The spring water of Sonia's Golden Spring," Klein said cautiously while appearing calm on the outside. He did not mention the bark of the dragon tree. Anyway, there was a good chance that he could buy it in the herb store. Bilt Brando heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "It's simple. 30 pounds for 100 milliliters. Trust me. Even if you go to Sonia Island, you will at most be a few pounds cheaper than this price. Those Fasak barbarians have sealed off all the springs, making it very difficult for others to obtain them." Deal. Klein had a general understanding of the Golden Springs price and knew that 30 pounds for 100 milliliters was indeed rather cheap. After completing the transaction, Bilt deliberated and was just about to speak when he heard a knock on the door. After obtaining his permission, a guard came in and whispered a few words into his ear. Bilt's expression instantly sank as he appeared abnormally cold and sinister. He emitted an indescribable killing intent. Indeed, he's rather strong. In the past, he was either a famous adventurer or a famous pirate. He should be a mid-sequence beyonder. Klein looked at him and calmly made a judgment. Bilt turned his head and forced himself to say to Klein, "Mr. Sparrow, I have some matters to attend to. Mr. Sparrow, I have some matters to attend to. Let's have a drink together in the future." "All right." Klein slowly got up, having no intention of interfering in his matters. Of course, this didn't mean that he wasn't curious. However, curiosity wasn't enough to change his style of doing things. After leaving Sweet Lemon Bar, Klein successfully returned to his rented hotel. City of Silver, daytime with frequent lightning. After Derek Berg finished practicing the various Beyonder powers of High Priest Sun, he walked along the edge of the training ground in the direction of the Twin Towers. After many tarot gatherings, he had gradually figured out the pattern. He knew that he would be pulled above the gray fog by Mr. Fool after a certain number of alternating lightning frequencies. And now, it was the final day. It was precisely because of this that he wanted to go to the library to read through the historical information regarding the ancient gods, so that he could offer it to Mr. Fool when the time came. When he passed by the training grounds partition, he subconsciously looked inside. There were exploratory team members resting there. They were the exploratory team members led by the 6-member council's chief elder, Colin Iliad. They had recently ended the exploration based on Jack's description and had returned to the City of Silver. They were currently in the quarantine phase. Derek retracted his gaze with a heavy heart. He went all the way to the steeple, went up to the 3rd floor, and entered the library. Just as he was about to walk towards the bookshelf with mythological information and ancient tomes, he suddenly saw a familiar figure from the corner of his eye. It was a fair and beautiful lady in her 30s. She wore a black robe with many mysterious purple patterns, and her silver-gray hair was slightly curled down. She was the leader of the 6-member council, Elder Lovia Tiffany, who had been imprisoned for a long time. Her pale gray eyes swept past him, and Derek immediately felt as if his soul had been pierced through. He couldn't help but stiffen for a second. "Good day, Elder Lovia." He hurriedly lowered his head and pressed his hand to his chest. Lovia walked over and nodded gently. "I've already been released from quarantine." After she said that calmly, she turned around and left, as if she was announcing something. Derek stood rooted to the ground, his back subconsciously breaking out in a cold sweat. How did she get released? The 6-member council has already determined that there's nothing wrong with her? Derek thought in an abnormally tense manner. Monday afternoon, above the gray fog. Klein rested his elbows on the armrest and crossed his palms as he watched the crimson beams light up and degenerate into blurry figures. Then, he heard Miss Justice's brisk greeting. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool, P.S. Perhaps it's because of the wake on the mountain. I caught a cold after returning. It's mainly a sore throat. I endured it for a few days without taking any medicine, but in the end I still couldn't take it. I could only rely on medicine to help. I'm much better now, but due to the effects of the medicine, I only wrote 1 chapter yesterday, so I don't have any drafts left. This page has fewer words. Also, I'm requesting for monthly vote. There's only 1 day left in a month. It'll be a waste if I don't vote." Chapter 625. Amidst Miss Justice's greeting, the hermit Catlia maintained her calm attitude as a bystander. She wasn't overly engrossed, as though she was still an outsider to the gathering. She watched as Miss Justice and Miss Magicians took out Roselle's diary pages and paid off their debt. Then, she carefully glanced at Mr. Fool, not daring to look at him directly. However, she was still unable to see anything through the strange gray fog. Her dark purple eyes could only reflect the clothes that were definitely conjured. With the 3 pages of Roselle's diary pages in hand, Klein didn't read them as eagerly as usual. After all, he had already touched and used a grade 0 sealed artifact. He had seen what a Beyonder Pathway's uniqueness looked like, and he had effectively intimidated such a divine artifact. He believed that no matter what Roselle the Great wrote, it would be difficult for him to be too shocked. Unless he was bestowed a demoness blessing by a powerhouse with unique powers, temporarily turning him into a woman. Klein joked inwardly as he surveyed the long bronze table with interest. Hermit's curiosity is different from Miss Justice and Company. She seems to place great importance on the matter of Roselle's diary pages. Klein retracted his gaze and memorized what he had just discovered. Then, he casually read the yellowish-brown goatskin in his hand. April 22nd. We prepared to enter and explore the abyss. April 23rd. We followed the pitch-black sea, passed through the liquid-like fog, and arrived at the monster-like mountain. Behind it was an endless black fog that seemed to cover an entire continent. However, if one were to look at the bottom of the mountain, one would find it endless and limitless. Back then, I jokingly told Edwards that if I were to commit suicide by jumping off the cliff here, I might never reach the ground, but I would forever be falling. Upon seeing this, Klein nearly pricked up his brows. He found it unbelievable that Roselle would dare to organize his knights and sailors to explore the borders after seeing the abyss. Isn't he afraid of death? It was rumored that it was a place that could corrode everything and cause all living beings to fall. At this stage, Roselle definitely hasn't reached sequence 4. He's not a demigod, and he's at most sequence 5. He might not even be. If it were me, I would have immediately turned the ship around and reported it to the church. At that instant, Klein once again realized how great the difference between him and Roselle was. In addition, Roselle's description of the boundary of the abyss reminded Klein of the mysterious stone door in Amon's mausoleum. After the doll of the Church of Steam and Machinery Archbishop Horemic touched it, a similar scene appeared. I wonder what Roselle will find there. At least he didn't die because of this exploration and lived a very exciting life. Klein looked down and read the rest of the diary page. On the 24th of April, we went down the mountain and tried to go deeper. That black fog is cold and slippery, as though it can seep through flesh and soul. Fortunately, certain items on the Black King's throne can effectively resist this sort of corrosion. Otherwise, I suspect that my horsemen and I would have become members of the Phelan dance troupe. Note 1. It's very quiet here. We didn't discover anything. On the 25th of April we saw devils, but all that was left of them were rotting corpses. Behind the jagged black rocks, beneath the mud that can't be called a path, there are different devil corpses in various places that are either normal or unimaginable. They seem to have suffered the same death at the same moment. On the 26th of April, It's either corpses or silence. There's no end in front of us. The items on the Black King's throne are beginning to show signs of corrosion. I've rarely felt fear in recent years, but here, the fear of the unknown is like an invisible hand that tightly grips my heart. I have to leave. I have to return. I can't stay any longer. What happened after that? Did Roselle the Great successfully escape the boundary of the abyss, or did he encounter something else? What does the anomaly there symbolize? An intense war? Klein subconsciously flipped to the second page with anticipation, but he regretfully discovered that there was no connection between the events before and after. 8th of May. My adorable Bernadette is about to turn 2. The older she grows, the more likable she becomes. As expected of a young lady who inherited my and her mother's excellent genes. Hearing her clear voice calling me Daddy and seeing her lively figure, I suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction. Ever since I transmigrated to this world, I've done many things. Some of them can even be said to be shameful, but I don't feel ashamed, nor do I regret it. On the one hand, it's because I'm someone who finds it difficult to restrain my desires and is easily influenced by my surroundings. I have to thank fate that I've never encountered a desire apostle of the devil pathway. Otherwise, according to the records, I'd definitely be severely restrained by a beyonder of this sequence. I might even be instantly killed. On the other hand, I still have a sense of alienation towards this world. My parents in this life are very good to me, and I've tried my best to make them proud. However, I know that my feelings for them are very weak. Similarly, this is how I feel towards Matilda. It's more possessive than emotional. I have to admit that my mentality is like playing a virtual reality role-playing game. My parents, wife, brothers, and friends are just NPCs. I can invest some feelings into them, but I won't really take them to heart. Therefore, I can participate in all kinds of degenerate gatherings without any guilt. I can coldly deal with people I once knew, just like how I slaughtered an entire village for a chicken back in ancient times. But after Bernadette was born, I realized that I have a sense of belonging to this world. I'm no longer so alienated. This is my child, a living child. Perhaps this is what it means to be mature? There's no way to experience such a feeling without a child. No, I don't even have a girlfriend. However, I have to be wary of the mentality mentioned in the Emperor's diary. It didn't exist in the past, but it doesn't mean that it won't appear in the future. The higher the sequence, the more godlike one is than human. Klein sighed silently and flipped to the third diary page. January 6. A new year, a new beginning. After advancing to artisan, I finally have the ability to do that. That is to create the mysterious silver plate in my memories. There's a high chance that it caused my transmigration. Actually, after becoming a savant, I've completely recalled what it looks like. I've recalled the strange symbols and patterns on its surface, but back then, I could clearly sense that I was unable to replicate a similar item. January 9. After a few failures, I finally succeeded. With this silver plate covered in strange symbols and patterns, I tried my best to inject my spirituality into it in an attempt to stimulate it. An endless grayish-white fog seemed to appear in front of me, but nothing happened after that. Is it because of the material, or is it because I lack the necessary step? January 10. According to the memories I had before my transmigration, I restored the state I was in back then. I believed that I was no longer lacking anything, but the mysterious silver plate still only allowed me to see the strange gray fog. It was unable to help me complete anything. Since this doesn't work, how did I succeed in transmigrating back then? I temporarily gave up on trying and destroyed the silver plate I created. Perhaps when I become a high-sequence beyonder and a demigod, I'll have a way to decipher the meaning of the patterns and symbols, and figure out the mystery of transmigration. Yes, I'll definitely become a demigod. I'm the protagonist of this era. Grayish-white fog? after the Emperor replicated the mysterious silver plate on Earth, he saw an endless grayish-white fog. Klein's pupils constricted as he read the diary. Under his feet, there was a boundless gray fog that seemed to have never changed since the beginning of time. Could it be that my transmigration with the Emperor has something to do with this mysterious space? But why is it that the Emperor can't enter, but I can? According to the diary entries from the final stages of the Emperor's life, he definitely didn't manage to unravel the secret of the silver plate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of this place when he was at his most desperate and crazy. He wouldn't have not used this place as something to rely on. Klein looked up as his gaze landed outside the ancient palace. He remembered that deep in this mysterious space, there was a staircase of light that seemed to lead to heaven. It vaguely corresponded to his sequence. The staircase seemed to have been built by a giant, and its destination was a layer of grayish-white fog that seemed to be holding something up in midair. The secret of Mai and Roselle the Great's transmigration is hidden there? Klein made the diary in his palm vanish, leaned back in his chair, and said in a normal tone, "You may begin. You may begin." Sun had originally planned on purchasing the sequence 6 potion formula after High Priest Sun, but Elder Lovia's release made him temporarily give up on this plan. He couldn't wait to reveal the entire matter, hoping to receive the necessary guidance. Considering that this was the trading segment, he forcefully suppressed the impulse in his heart and continued to wait in silence. Something's on Little Sun's mind. Something happened to the City of Silver? Audrey retracted her gaze in thought and similarly didn't ask for anything. At that moment, the hanging man, Alger, looked around and took the initiative to say, "I need the Ocean Songster potion formula." Indeed, he's already a Sequence 6, a wind-blessed. Isn't he a member of the Church of the Storm? Why is he seeking the potion formula of the Ocean Songster? It's much easier to get it from the inside. Does he have a secret that he wants to hide from the Church of the Storm, or was he just pretending to be a member of the Church of the Storm? Katlia instantly had many guesses as she nodded slightly. "I can help you keep an eye out." Upon receiving the hermit's response, Alger took the opportunity to ask, "What do you need, madam? I can gather clues in advance so that I can use them to exchange for potion formulas in the future." Note 1. A meme in the game Dark Souls 3. It refers to the felon knights who monitor the abyss but are corrupted by the abyss. P.S. A little more than the last day. Seeking monthly votes. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 626. What do I need? Katlia chuckled inwardly as she sensed that the hanged man was probing her with a question that was hidden in a normal question. Where there's a need, there's a clue. Ignoring the fact that I've already obtained the sequence 4 mysticologist potion formula of the mystery prior pathway and am accumulating contribution points for one of the main ingredients, even if I don't have anything, I won't lack the corresponding channels. Furthermore, there's more than one. Katlia's thoughts raced as she recalled the sea god's scepter in Mr. Fool's hand. She smiled and said, "I need a mystical item at the demigod level, one that can withstand the negative effects." At that instant, the hanging man Alger nearly blurted out, telling her not to joke around. Even the Church of the Storm might not be able to obtain a similar item for several years, much less a Beyonder who was obviously only a mid-sequence Beyonder. If there's really a demigod item with relatively bearable negative effects, why don't I keep it for myself? Alger understood that the hermit was using a mocking method to respond to his probing, but he wasn't as enraged as most of his colleagues. He slowly took a breath and said, "I'll keep an eye on it. But ma'am, you should know very well that just an effective clue to such an item might be worth the Ocean Songster potion formula. He's very deep and doesn't get angry easily. This is different from the typical style of the Church of the Storm. Could it be that my first observation was wrong? Was he really pretending to be a priest of the storm? No, I can't think of it that way. Perhaps it's because Mr. Fool's gaze prevented him from getting angry, Or perhaps it's because he's an unconventional member of the Church of the Storm. It wouldn't be a lot, but it's definitely not rare either. Katlia wasn't greedy, and she didn't probe him a second time. I know. With the end of their conversation, no one raised any requests during the transaction segment. A portion of the members had already obtained what they wanted, so there was no need for them to purchase it. This was mainly caused by Justice Audrey and Magician's Furs, who were waiting for the subsequent formulas. The other portion was temporarily unable to make any purchases in advance due to their financial and personal circumstances. This included Emlyn, who had a thirst for the Sanguine Viscount's inheritance, and Miss Magicians, who wanted a mystical item. Indeed, as everyone gradually extricates themselves from the ranks of low-sequence beyonders, their advancement is no longer as fast. The frequency of transactions is rapidly decreasing. In the past, there would be 1 or 2 deals a week, but now it might be 2 or 3 weeks. In the future, it might be 3 or 4 months. The fool Klein didn't know if this situation was good or bad. He nodded gently, indicating for everyone to communicate freely. Audrey immediately looked at son Derek and waited for him to explain what had happened to the City of Silver. Derek didn't let her down. Before anyone could say anything, he sincerely said, "Don't worry. Elder Lovia has been released. I met her in the library." Shepherd Lovia has been released? The entire team she leads has been corrupted by the true Creator's flesh and blood. How can she be fine? What are the 6-member council of the City of Silver thinking? Klein originally wanted to use words like, "If there's nothing wrong with Lovia, I'll twist my head off and send it to the true Creator to be kicked as a ball," to express his doubts. However, considering that curses and oaths involve deities, there might be negative consequences, so he rationally changed his mind. Of course, this is above the gray fog. There's actually no need to be that careful. He sighed inwardly. Elder Lovia has been released? That shepherd? Audrey recalled what the name represented. Back then, Little Son had used the matter of Blasphemer Amon's possession, and Mr. Fools helped to expose the fact that the entire expedition team had been corrupted by the true Creator. And the leader of the expedition team was Lovia. Her shepherd job happened to be in the secret's suppliant pathway that corresponded to the true Creator. Yes. Son Derek nodded sincerely and looked at the hanging man beside him. Alger thought for a moment and asked, "Your chief has already returned to the City of Silver? Your chief has already returned to the City of Silver? Why would Mr. the Hanging Man suddenly ask about this? Ah yes, to release such an important figure, it's impossible for the other members of the 6-member council to not wait for the chief's return. If the chief hasn't returned, and they've made a decision ahead of time, it means that the matter is more serious than I imagined. It's so serious that they can't wait for the chief. If the chief has already returned, then there's a high chance that the release of Lovia has something to do with the outcome of his adventure. This is because, according to Little Son, this is the only exploration the City of Silver has done in recent times. Sigh, why didn't I think of this just now? Audrey, you're still lacking in experience. Audrey thought in a half-reflective and half-consoling manner. Yes, not long ago. Son Derek was somewhat surprised by Mr. the Hanging Man's accurate guess. At this moment, Furs, who was quietly listening by the side, suddenly had an idea based on the information she had previously learned. Mr. Son, could it be such a situation? Your chief led the exploration team, and that young boy, Jack, to search for the path that leads to the outside world, but they discovered that they needed the help of the true Creator's power. This isn't a lie I made up, but a deduction based on the facts. That young boy, Jack's father, belongs to the Aurora Order. They came to you in pursuit of the true Creator's holy residence. Therefore, for the sake of the entire City of Silver, your chief decided to release Shepherd Lovia after he returned. If that's the case, Mr. Son will be in great danger, Audrey said worriedly, making Derek's heart sink. At this moment, the hanging man Alger shook his head. No, I think the opposite. Miss Magician's deduction is the same as my guess, but I believe that this way, Sun will be safer than before. Why? Derek made up his mind and blurted out a question. Isn't it simple? Balance. The fool Klein scoffed inwardly. The danger of the true creator can be sensed by any intelligent creature with eyes and a brain. Your chief definitely won't place all his chips with him. He will definitely seek a power that can balance the true creator. And you, who exposed their schemes and had been possessed by blasphemer Amon, might represent another possibility. The more Lovia and company want to harm you, the more the chief and the other elders will protect you. This way they will pretend not to see any of the suspicions you might have in the past, the hanging man Alger explained simply. This is actually a good thing? Magician's Furs was a little taken aback when she heard that. Mr. the Hanging Man makes a lot of sense. When it comes to analyzing matters and the situation, I'm still quite a distance away from him. Audrey felt a little depressed. She even wanted to puff up her cheeks, but she immediately felt that it was inelegant and undignified. All she did was think about it inwardly. Apart from them, Emlyn, who didn't know anything about Lovia, was having a hard time listening, but he, who knew about Jack and the cycle of fate, managed to barely understand what the others were discussing. In order to break out of the City of Silver's predicament, they released a danger that involves the true creator? Emlyn began making guesses. Compared to him, Katlia didn't understand anything. She only felt that she and the other members were in a different world. I actually have the feeling of, what are they talking about? It sounds very powerful, but I can't understand it at all. The last time I had such a feeling was many years ago. Back then, I was still very weak. There were some vague signs of it with the tarot incident, especially when it involves the City of Silver, but it wasn't as serious as this time. Also, why are they discussing the true creator and blasphemer Amon so naturally? This should be the blasphemer Amon I know. They're only mid-sequences. What did they do in the past? Katlia's confidence that came from being a powerhouse was dealt a blow at this moment. After listening to Mr. Hanged Man's analysis, Derek heaved a sigh of relief before he tensed up and asked, "What's wrong?" Then, he asked nervously, "Will this cause our City of Silver to be destroyed by the fallen creator?" He originally hoped that Mr. the Hanging Man would give him a reassuring answer, but he heard the other party say in a deep voice, "That possibility can't be ruled out." "Then what should we do?" "Then what should I do?" Derek asked sincerely. "I can't give you any advice without knowing what your chief and the other elders of the 6-member council want to do, but I don't think you need to be so flustered." The Hanging Man Alger looked up at Mr. Fool, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table and watching the members silently. Following his gaze, Sun subconsciously looked over and saw Mr. Fool, whose figure was abnormally blurry, wrapped in the gray fog. His heart instantly became tranquil, and he couldn't help but think of that holy and powerful angel. Although I've indeed foiled the true creator's schemes several times, if I were to really clash with him, I definitely wouldn't be able to last even a second. The situation will become the fool delivering himself to the doorstep, while the true creator finds it insufficient. Klein maintained his leisurely listening state without saying a word or expressing anything. Son Derek retracted his gaze and said to Alger, "Mr. the Hanging Man, thank you for your help. Mr. Hanged Man, thank you for your help. I will try my best to figure out what the chief and the rest are up to." Seeing that the matter was about to come to an end, the hermit Katlia deliberated and said, "Mr. the Hanging Man, thank you for your help. Is the blasphemer Amon that you mentioned referring to the ancestor of the Amon family in the 4th epoch's Tudor Empire, the son of the creator?" "The son of the creator?" Audrey was shocked by Ma Am Hermit's title. She instinctively turned her head and looked at the end of the long bronze table. She discovered that Mr. Fool was sitting there calmly, as though he had tacitly acknowledged Amon's other identity. P.S. Requesting for monthly votes on the last day of January. It would be a waste if you didn't vote. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 6:27. Son of the Creator? The hanging man Alger was also alarmed by the hermit's description, as he couldn't help but twitch his brows. However, he didn't ask directly because it might expose some things, and he believed that some members would take the initiative to ask. Son of the Creator? At this moment, the magician's Furs asked with interest. She didn't expect Amon to have such a shocking identity apart from the titles of Blasphemer and King of Angels. She was very curious about it. Katlia swept a glance at her and said without a change in tone, "Don't worry. Rumor has it that when the original creator split into various deities and races, 2 infants were born in his body. One of them was Blasphemer Amon. The murals in Amon's mausoleum don't match your description. When Amon and Adam were born, the creator had just woken up and took back the authority of the ancient gods. He was sitting on the sacred mountain, surrounded by a bunch of angels, and praised him. There were no signs of death or division at all. That mural does have something in common with the history recorded in the City of Silver. Perhaps the creator has really awakened twice, or perhaps the original creator isn't the same as Amon's father, the creator recorded in the City of Silver. The two are related by inheritance." Klein listened to Hermit's recount as he made a guess. Amon was actually the son of the creator. Such an identity was not much lower than that of the true gods. As for Mr. Fool, our tarot was able to easily purify his avatar and resolve his possession. When Audrey recalled what had happened, she suddenly felt that she had unknowingly surpassed ordinary beyonders. The difference in their social circles and levels was more than 100 times. She asked with interest, Hermit, do you know who the other son of the creator is? Adam. The hermit Katlia uttered a short word. Audrey was clearly taken aback. This was because her question only required the other party to answer if he knew or didn't know. Only after receiving an answer of yes, would she ask in detail and declare that she was willing to pay. To her surprise, Hermit directly gave the name, Adam. She doesn't care too much about this knowledge. She has a lot of knowledge. Audrey deduced something from this detail. Her eyes darted around slightly. I've never heard of a great man named Adam. Me neither. Apart from being recorded as the son of the creator, it's as though he has never appeared. There doesn't seem to be any traces of his existence in the history of the fourth epoch, Katlia replied frankly. This Adam is very mysterious. I already have a rather deep understanding of the angel families of the fourth epoch's Solomon, Tudor, and Tuluan-Sostal empires, but I've never heard of him. If Rhodes hadn't live-streamed the Church of Steam's exploration of Amon's mausoleum, I wouldn't even know his name. Did he die prematurely, or is he hiding in the dark, plotting something? Klein sighed in his heart. Audrey subconsciously looked at Mr. the Hanging Man and realized that he was also shaking his head gently. Amon is a king of angels, so there's no reason why Adam isn't one. It should be mentioned in the records of the City of Silver. Audrey then looked at son Derek. For some reason, Derek easily understood what Miss Justice was trying to express. He said with a tinge of shame, I'm sorry. He said with some shame, we don't know about Adam, just like we don't know about Amon. I've never been able to find any ancient tomes related to kings of angels. I believe it's because I was still a low-sequence beyonder back then and didn't have the qualifications. I'll try to continue searching for information in this area. King of Angels. Katlia moved her fingers indiscernibly as she memorized the term. She knew that Miss Justice would definitely answer her question, so she didn't wait and directly said, Miss Justice. She directly asked, Is Amon one of the kings of angels you speak of? Yes. In order to thank Hermit for her generosity, Audrey explained in detail, in the records of the City of Silver, the Creator has countless angels by his side. Among them, the leaders of the angels, the 8 closest to the divine throne, are known as kings of angels. There aren't many kings of angels that we can confirm at the moment. The first is the Angel of Fate Ouroboros from the City of Silver's ancient tomes. His title is Tail Devourer. The second is Red Angel Medici, whom Mr. Fool mentioned. He is also known as War Angel. The third is a guess. We suspect that Amon is the Angel of Time of the Kings of Angels. Since he's a king of angels, Adam, who's also a son of the Creator, might very well be one as well. There aren't many that can be confirmed. I don't even know the title of King of Angels, but you've already grasped half of it. How is that not many? None of your sequences are higher than mine. Katlia was nearly at a loss for words. Only at this moment did Emlyn truly understand the meaning of a King of Angels. He decided to use these names to search for traces of the other kings of angels in the secret history of the Sanguine after he returned to the real world. Katlia fell silent for 2 seconds. Mr. Sun was once possessed by Amon? Yes, that was his avatar. However, I've already been purified by Mr. Fool. I didn't suffer any damage. Purified by Mr. Fool. Katlia resisted the urge to look at the end of the long bronze table. She originally believed that she had already gained a basic understanding of Mr. Fool's condition, knowing that he was still recovering and that he didn't have much power to use. Therefore, he sought the identity of Sea God and obtained the scepter. But the present situation made her waver. She felt that Mr. Fool was like an iceberg. The parts hidden beneath the surface of the sea were even more terrifying and unpredictable. He easily foiled Amon's plans. Under certain circumstances, he can temporarily break through the limits and produce strength at the level of a deity? Katlia's heart sank as she didn't ask any further. She cautiously shut her mouth. At this moment, Audrey recalled some of the questions she had because of this topic and took the initiative to ask. Ma am Hermit, after Amon's avatar was purified by Mr. Fool, he left behind a worm with 12 transparent rings. It's said to be called a worm of time. Is that true? Yes, Katlia said after 2 seconds of recollection. Which pathway does it belong to? I mean, which Beyonder pathway does the Blasphemer pathway belong to? Audrey pressed out of curiosity. Katlia didn't need to think as she directly answered. The Marauder pathway. Rumor has it that at the level of a saint or angel, they can deceive fate and deceive the rules, becoming parasites of time. Sounds impressive. Audrey praised inwardly and casually asked, "What's up? Then what can a worm of time be used for?" Good question. The Fool Klein cheered for Miss Justice. He perked up as he waited for Ma am Hermit to give him an answer. He happened to have a worm of time in his junk pile. It's a material rich in spirituality and has unique effect. It can be used in certain rituals or to create high-level charms, but I'm not sure how it can be used. After Katlia answered, she suddenly sighed. She recalled the nightmare of being constantly chased by knowledge, as well as the massive amount of information that filled her head. But even so, there were still many things that she didn't understand. If the hidden sage hadn't gone mad and could teach me bit by bit, I'd actually be very happy to learn from him. Katlia sighed inwardly. As long as it's useful. As for how it can be used, I still have other people to consult. Klein controlled the world in satisfaction and looked at Emlyn. Mr. Moon, I have something I wish to discuss with you in private. Isn't the transaction completed? Emlyn nodded in puzzlement. All right. The world immediately made an application to Mr. Fool and successfully obtained the treatment of being blocked. Then, he looked at Emlyn White. I hope you can recall Leonard Mitchell's every move and show it to me. Why? Emlyn asked in surprise. This involves some secrets. Klein controlled the world to give a simple reply. His true goal isn't to buy the mystical item, but to observe Leonard Mitchell? That fellow hides himself very deeply. World 2. He's actually willing to spend £7,500 just to investigate. However, that mystical item is indeed very powerful. Hasn't the world been searching for a way to remove the mental corruption in the beyonder characteristic? This should be useful. Emlyn suppressed his thoughts and seriously recalled Leonard Mitchell from his point of view. Then, with Mr. Fool's help, he presented them as streams of light that were gathered into images. The streams of light landed in the world's hands as Klein quickly browsed through them. He confirmed that Leonard really knew of the grandpa's existence, but he was unable to determine if he understood the danger. Temporarily suppressing his corresponding thoughts, Klein removed the barrier and allowed the tarot members to continue. At this moment, Audrey was alerted by Mr. World's private communication. She quickly looked at Furs and asked in concern, "Miss Magicians, did you discover anything abnormal at William Street?" "That will have to be answered by Mr. World," Furs said, feeling a little stumped. Without waiting for Miss Justice to speak again, Klein had already controlled the world and hoarsely replied, "There was an abnormality. But I've already informed the Church of Evernight and Steam. If there are any problems in the future, I might seek your help." "All right." Audrey heaved a sigh of relief. Informed the Church of Evernight and Steam. The hermit Catlia felt that this description was filled with absurdity. From what she knew, a secret organization like the Tarot was naturally hostile to the officials, and the conflict between them was irreconcilable. However, the world's way of handling things and his choice of words made it seem as though the Tarot was an official organization. With this feeling, she listened to the rest of the conversation and bade farewell with Mr. Fool's closing words. Soon, Klein was the only one left above the gray fog. P.S. It's the last few hours of January. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 628. In January, I was constantly on the move due to the annual party and family matters. Plus, I often had to stay up late to make up for draft. I fell sick twice in a row. The first time was gastroenteritis, and the second time was due to a recent cold and sore throat. Therefore, the updates this month weren't very stable. I missed a few chapters and was occasionally late by 1 or 2 minutes. Of course, it was only occasionally. Most of the time, the updates were late by a few minutes because Chidian's backend was always stuck. Updates couldn't be sent out, so I had to change the chapters and submit them again to succeed. Manual comedy. I took a look. Mysteries was almost 2 million words. This was probably the first book I had ever written to reach 2 million words without realizing it. That was because there were still many things I could write and many plots I could develop. I didn't need to think too hard. I just needed to lay out the plot layer by layer according to the predetermined structure. Of course, this didn't mean that writing wasn't strenuous. After writing for more than 7 years, I finally summarized many of my vague ideas into my own experience. It wasn't like before. When I was writing, it was like I was stuffed into a cloth bag. Everything was dark. I struggled and slowly explored, but I was always stuck where I was. Or, I was like a novice driver who had just started on the road. I was nervous, sweating, and could only focus on what was in front of me. In the summary of my own experience, there was a rule called gentle. Yes, this rule only had this word, but I didn't know how many tens of thousands of words and plots I had written to condense it into this word. It meant that the plot couldn't be abrupt, the development of the plot couldn't be abrupt. Even if you wanted to stand out, there had to be some inconspicuous foreshadowing in advance. That way, people would think that it was unexpected but reasonable, and people would shout, F***ck, there's such a development, instead of F***ck, what kind of development is this? Adhering to the word, gentle, when I looked at the previous books, I obviously felt that the handling of the plot was a little stiff. Some of the plots were even a little awkward, as if they had to develop in such a way to advance the plot. That was why I was the classic type of person who would write slower and slower. When Mia Luck wrote the first few 100,000 words, I could work during the day and start work at 8 at night. I would open ORD and just work, and I would be able to write 6,000 words around midnight. When the Arcane Art was released, I could write 15,000 words a day for the climax. But now, writing 6,000 words a day would be difficult, and writing 9,000 words a day would cost me my life. On one hand, it was true that I had to accept my old age and was no longer a young man in his 20s. On the other hand, my typing speed wasn't slow, but most of my time was spent thinking about how to gently develop the plot. Combining the structure that I had set up and the rough outline that I had drawn up, I thought of many possibilities, then eliminated them one by one until I found the softest and most comfortable one. Finally, I settled on it. Every time, the gap between two parts of the plot would be the most painful. This was also where I was the most awkward. Currently, the third book was the most difficult one I had written, because its style was different from the previous two. It was in a state of travel, and I would constantly say goodbye to people I knew and meet new people. This meant that I had painstakingly built up a few good supporting characters to make the plot not monotonous or empty, but after a few parts of the plot, I would have to temporarily give up and build new supporting characters. This was a very painful thing, and of course, it was also a challenge for me. Also, after this, I would gradually develop the corresponding plots for the members of the tarot. This was another kind of challenge. I hoped that it wouldn't overshadow the main plot, but it would still be very attractive. After concluding, I talked about the update plan for February. It was close to the new year, and there were many things to do. After writing for almost 10 months, my body and mind had accumulated a lot of fatigue. I planned to rest during the new year and adjust my condition. So, from February 2nd to February 12th, I would only release one chapter, and it would be normal on February 13th. Rest was for the sake of walking further down the road. I hope everyone can understand. Yes, there were still a lot of preset major plots in mystery. I felt that 2019 wouldn't be the end. We still had more than a year, and it would be best to take it slow. Finally, since I was already shameless, I might as well continue. February 1st would be the normal update. As usual, please keep the monthly votes. Let the evil god have a good new year. 9 Heavens God Emperor. Chapter 629. In the owner's room on the second floor of Sweet Lemon Bar, Bilt Brando stood by the window with a cigar in his hand. His eyes were unfocused, and his face was frighteningly gloomy. At this time, a bodyguard approached, slightly bent his back, and cautiously said, "Sir, Sothoth has returned from the east. Let him in." Bilt tried his best to adjust his expression. Sothoth Young was his right-hand man, an important member of the Adventurer Association, a loose organization. In less than a minute, Sothoth, dressed in a linen shirt, a brown jacket, and a dark red turban, walked in. He looked to be in his 30s, with a bronze complexion, deep-set eyes, and a dark beard above and below his lips and chin. He looked like the kind of man who spent a lot of time at sea. Sothoth bowed casually and sized up Bilt Brando. "Boss, did something happen?" Something unexpected happened. It seems like the plan will fail." Bilt did not hide anything and sighed. "I don't even know how to explain this to that important person." Without waiting for Sothoth to reply, he asked, "Any changes in the east?" "It's still the same. The pirates chase after every ship that they can plunder, even treating each other as targets. The Navy can only guard the various colony points, barely maintaining the smooth sailing of the sea routes and protecting the relatively important ship. Naval battles often break out, and there are winners and losers." Sothoth shrugged. "The east side of the Sonia Sea is indeed a chaotic paradise for pirates." Bilt sighed in agreement. Sothoth thought for a moment, then added, "Recently, some news has appeared on the islands in the east. It is said that it was first leaked from the Black Death." "Vice Admiral Ailment? What news?" Bilt perked up and asked. Sothoth said solemnly and excitedly, "Vice Admiral Ailment has indeed suffered an assassination attempt and was heavily injured. And the person who did it was the adventurer, German Sparrow." "German Sparrow?" Bilt blurted out. "Yes, it's him. He really was a pirate admiral-level powerhouse. Even if it was a sneak attack, it was on the Black Death. There were many famous pirates around, but he still managed to heavily injure Vice Admiral Ailment and successfully escape. Later, he even hunted Wormtongue Missile. Sothoth gave an affirmative answer with mixed emotions. Bilt paced around inside. This is big news. Adventurers who are at the level of a pirate admiral are very rare to begin with, and there's only one who can heavily injure a pirate admiral on a pirate admiral's flagship. For such an operation, aside from absolute confidence in one's own strength, one must also be sufficiently crazy. Only a madman would directly infiltrate a pirate admiral's flagship and attempt to assassinate him instead of finding another location. At this point, his expression changed slightly. I met an adventurer who called himself German Sparrow last night. Really? Sothoth's pupils constricted as he asked in a low voice. I'm not sure. I've never seen the real German Sparrow, nor have I seen his picture or portrait. Bilt shook his head. Sothoth pondered for a moment. We can search for the Rorstad Archipelago's newspapers to confirm it. So many days have passed, so there should be tourists bringing the corresponding news and Sonia Morning Post over. Yes, the government, the police, the church, and charity organizations all subscribe to the important newspapers in the Rorstad Archipelago. The Rorstad Archipelago was the largest and most important colony of the Ruan Kingdom in the central Sonia Sea. Its influence spread to the surrounding area, and Orvie Island, which was only 3 days away, was undoubtedly one of them. The official organizations or the church would subscribe to the newspapers and magazines there. Unimportant news could be read every 3 to 4 days. Yes. Bilt nodded and asked in depth, do you have the exact details of German Sparrow's assassination of Vice Admiral Ailment? Sothoth thought for a moment. It's said that German Sparrow can transform into anyone, just like Vice Admiral Hurricane Zillings. It was with this ability that he successfully infiltrated the Black Death and found an opportunity to assassinate. He can transform into anyone. Bilt's eyes lit up. No, that won't do. That's a fellow who's crazy enough to infiltrate the Black Death to assassinate Vice Admiral Ailment. He makes people instinctively fear him and want to distance themselves. Bilt's eyes dimmed. Furthermore, I don't know if it's true. He subconsciously shook his head. I wonder when the Nighthawks and Machinery Hive Mind will take action to deal with the abnormalities on William Street. I hope they do it as soon as possible. As his thoughts raced, Klein left the gray fog and returned to the real world. After some thought, he took out a piece of paper and spread it out on the brown desk. As the dark red fountain pen rustled, Klein first asked about Mr. Aztec's recent situation. Then, he mentioned that he had discovered someone being parasitized by an outsider while searching for a mystical item that could steal the beyonder powers of others. Following that, he casually asked if there was a way to bypass the parasitized outsider to warn the host. Using this as an excuse, he mentioned that he had learned from others about the worms of time that were related to the Marauder Pathway's upper sequence. He had also figured out that such an item could be used as an offering for important rituals or as a material for high-level charms, but he didn't know how to do it. Phew. Klein put down the fountain pen, folded the letter, took out the copper whistle, and blew hard at it. White bones spewed out like a fountain, forming a gigantic messenger. But this time, the messenger didn't burrow out from downstairs. Instead, like so many times in the past, it passed through the ceiling and looked down at the summoner. Klein knew that it wasn't because the messenger had become impolite again, but because he was currently staying on the first floor of the hotel. With a flick of his wrist, he threw the letter out like a dart, allowing it to accurately land in the gigantic bone palm. The flames in the messenger's eye sockets pulsed as though it was staring at Klein, but nothing happened in the end. Its body disintegrated into a waterfall of white bones that drilled into the ground one by one. After doing all of this, Klein didn't unfurl the paper crane and erase what he had written before. Instead, he used the same content to consult Snake of Mercury, Will Aucepton. This was because he had discovered something bad. The paper crane wasn't a mystical item or beyonder weapon. It was just an ordinary folded piece of paper. After being repeatedly rubbed by an eraser, it had already shown signs of weakness. A few more times might cause it to shatter. It's better to wait until there's something very important that needs to be contacted before considering it. For example, Mr. Aztec isn't sure how to bypass the possessed grandpa to warn Leonard. Klein shook his head silently and quickly packed up the items on the table. In addition, he didn't dare to use the radio transceiver to contact Rhodes recently. This was because the powerhouse sent by the true creator was likely lingering in the vicinity in search of the all-black eyes aura, and the gray fogs sent might have also attracted the attention of the true creator, who had informed his believers. I'll continue being a traveler today and relax. Tomorrow I'll begin seeking opportunities for real acting. Klein reined in his thoughts, put on his coat, took off his top hat, and walked out of the hotel room. He wanted to go to the mountain outside Oroville Harbor to watch the sunset. This idea originated from a best-selling book written by a man named Leon Mustang. He was born in Oroville and settled in Bakeland at the age of 20. In the book, this gentleman described the sunset of Mount St. Draco with great emotion, believing that it was the most beautiful scenery he had ever seen. Klein took a carriage out of the city and walked to the foot of Mount St. Draco. It only took him an hour to reach the low peak. Time ticked by as the sun gradually set, dyeing the blue ocean to the left of the mountain as though it was on fire. It also blanketed the green forest and vast fields to the right with a golden hue. All the colors emitted a final burst of brightness at that moment before gradually dimming until it was dusky. Ships entered the harbor, carriages entered the city, and busy people followed the wheat fields and orchards as they returned home. When darkness began to envelop the land, warm lights lit up inside and outside the city. They were like resplendent gems on black velvet. It's really beautiful. Klein admired it for a moment until the lights that represented the families reflected in his eyes. He turned around in silence and followed the mountain path. Under the protection of the black-stained trees, he returned to the bottom. Then, he walked for a distance and hired a carriage at the edge of the harbor city. The carriage moved forward steadily, and the iron-black, elegant lampposts quietly moved backward under the dim yellow light, moving into the distance. After an unknown period of time, Klein returned to the inn, took out his key, and opened the door. Inside the room, the bed, desk, and chair were all quietly lying in the thick darkness as they silently reflected the crimson moonlight. Klein closed the door very slightly and walked to the window. He stood in the shadows created by the curtains and remained motionless for a long time. The lights outside were still bright. Early the next morning, Klein turned on the tap and splashed the cold water on his face, jolting him awake. He had already thought of a way to find an opportunity to act. It was still a hospital where the dead could appear at any moment. In the past, Klein had only gone to those places for a simple stroll. It was indeed difficult for him to find a suitable target. This time, he decided to volunteer for a period of time and stay in the hospital for an extended period of time to care for the dying who temporarily had no family by their side. Only by doing so could he wait for the target he needed. After breakfast, Klein came to 10 Black Forest Street and entered the Oroville Medical Aid Foundation. This was a charity organization with the Church of the Evernight Goddess as its background. One of its responsibilities was to provide trained volunteers to the various hospitals. Klein came to the registration booth and saw a female staff member flipping through the newspapers. Hence, he rapped the surface of the table. "What's the matter?" the lady asked as she put down the newspaper. "I wish to volunteer," Klein said succinctly. "Name?" The lady looked up. Suddenly, her gaze froze as her right hand trembled. The fountain pen she had just picked up fell to the ground with a clatter. In the newspaper in front of her, there happened to be a portrait that was almost real. The owner of this portrait belonged to the crazy and dangerous adventurer, German Sparrow. P.S. Please get a guaranteed monthly ticket. Chapter 630. Orvie Medical Aid Foundation. The lady in charge of the volunteer registration hurriedly bent down and frantically fumbled for the fountain pen that had fallen to the ground. At this moment, Klein also noticed that she had been reading the news bulletin from a few days ago. It was the issue with his portrait and deeds. They also subscribed to the Rörsted Archipelago's newspapers? Considering the time it took for the ship to arrive, I can only read old news from 3 or 4 days ago. If I had known this would happen, I would have created a new face and thought of a fake name. Klein stood in front of his desk and thought helplessly. The lady in her 30s finally picked up the pen, raised her face, and said with a trembling voice, "I'm sorry." With a trembling voice, she said, "Why you want to volunteer?" "Yes," Klein gave an affirmative answer. "But you're an adventurer," the frightened lady stuttered as she found an excuse. She instinctively didn't want such an extremely dangerous fellow to become a volunteer. Being famous isn't necessarily a good thing. "Forget it, I'll change my face, clothes, and name before coming back." Klein had already given up, but he asked without any emotion on his face, "Who made the rule that adventurers can't do volunteer work?" The lady in charge of the registration looked as though she was about to cry as she blurted out, "It wasn't me." The volunteer registration room instantly turned abnormally quiet. Klein was first taken aback before he felt like laughing. It wasn't easy for him to maintain his image as German Sparrow. The lady calmed down a little and realized that there was an obvious problem with her answer. She forced a smile and said, "No, I mean that no one made the rule. It's just that my impression of adventurers is that they're very busy and need to go out to sea. They rarely have time to do volunteer work." "That's them," Klein replied succinctly. The lady covered her mouth with her palm and smiled again. "All right, I'll help you register immediately." As she spoke, she took out a form and handed it over. "Fill it out. We'll provide the corresponding training and volunteer positions according to your requirement. We'll contact you. You can also come and ask yourself." She had already made up her mind not to put the form filled out by German Sparrow into the file. Instead, she would directly hand it over to the Foundation's person in charge and hand it over to the police station. Goddess, why would such a dangerous fellow be doing volunteer work? She quietly drew a crimson moon on her chest. Klein nodded silently, took the form, sat down, picked up a pen, and began filling in the basic content. During this process, a man in a white doctor's robe came in and asked, "Juana, is there a new volunteer? We are going to start the morning training." Juana, who was in charge of registration, wanted to shake her head, but the German Sparrow sitting opposite her gave her a strong sense of urgency even though he did not speak or raise his head. She did not dare to lie. "Yes." She first responded to the man in the white coat, then looked at Klein and said, "Mr. Sparrow, do you want to receive the basic volunteer training now, or do you want to wait until tomorrow?" Klein thought for a moment. Now. He planned to familiarize himself with it so that he could change his identity and become a professional volunteer in the future. This way, he could quickly enter the hospital to help. Joanna took a deep breath and said, "Then fill out the form and follow Mr. Graja." "All right," Klein replied calmly. Half an hour later, the calm and polite German Sparrow, who hid his insanity, looked at the abnormally dirty toilet in front of him and held his breath. "Clean it? Yes, you have already received simple training on carrying patients, but this isn't what we do most often in the hospital. We are mainly in charge of cleaning the patient's vomit, changing the items on the bed, and maintaining the washroom clean and hygienic. Things like bandaging wounds are left to the professionals. We only need to have a basic grasp of it." Graja pinched his nose and pointed at the toilet in front of him that was covered in yellow and black stains. "A volunteer has already demonstrated it. You may begin." "This is different from what I imagined." "Different?" Klein's first reaction was to turn around and leave, but in the end, he picked up the cleaning tools with a deadpan expression. Enduring the intense disgust, he went over and squatted down. Following that, he leaned back slightly and stretched out his right hand. At noon, Klein took off his white coat, wore his top hat, and left the Orvie Medical Rescue Foundation with a cold expression. He had a strong waver over whether he should do volunteer work or seek out acting opportunities in the future. Only when he arrived at Sweet Lemon Bar by carriage did he make up his mind to continue trying. I have to become a marionettist in 1350 and digest this potion before beginning my search for clues to a high-sequence beyonder. Klein emphasized his goal again. He reined in his emotions and entered Sweet Lemon Bar. He spent 8 pence at the bar counter for a pork chop with apple juice and a piece of buttered bread. This, along with a rye beer worth 1.5 pence, formed Klein's lunch. He finished his meal unhurriedly and took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. He said to the bartender, "Where's your boss? I have something I need him for." Since he had verbally agreed to join the Adventurer Association, Klein naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to make use of this loose alliance. He planned on getting Bilt Brando's help in contacting an artisan who was willing to do private work to create something similar to Aztec's copper whistle. This would prevent him from having to set up a ritual and recite an incantation every time he summoned a messenger. It was complicated, troublesome, and time-consuming. Of course, if Bilt Brando didn't know an artisan, Klein wouldn't force him. After all, he didn't need to pay to join the Adventurer Association. The bartender pointed at the staircase and said, "He's on the 2nd floor. He's on the 2nd floor. If you have already agreed to join his alliance and meet those bodyguards, they will let you up." Klein nodded indiscernibly as he slowly got up and walked to the staircase. Indeed, no guard stopped him. It was only when he reached the 2nd floor that a bodyguard came to inquire about him. Thanks to Gehrman Sparrow's reputation, he easily met Bilt Brando again. He also discovered that there was an unfamiliar man beside him. "My friend, Sothoth Young, an important member of the association." Bilt pointed at the man in the dark red headscarf. At the same time, he exchanged looks with him, and saw the same heavy and puzzled look on each other's faces. After a simple greeting, Klein found a chair and sat down. He very directly said, "I wish to obtain an artisan's help. I hope to obtain the artisan's help. I wonder if the fraternity can provide any clues." "Artisan?" Bilt took a puff of his cigar and paused for a few seconds. After some deliberation, he said, "I do know an artisan, but he doesn't wish to meet people he's not familiar with. It will bring him great danger. If you have any requests, I can help you. I believe I have the credibility to do so." To the various churches, low and mid-sequence beyonders who didn't have any ill intentions could be ignored at times, but artisans had to be dealt with indiscriminately. Otherwise, it would lead to the proliferation of mystical items, bringing great instability to human society. From the looks of it, Bilt's organization of the Adventurer Association isn't just a waste of money. At the very least, he has gathered quite a bit of resources and channels. Klein took out the Murloc puppet he had long prepared. "I wish to make it into a ring that mainly provides underwater mobility." He temporarily didn't mention anything about the messenger. He planned on testing the artisan's abilities and the credibility of Bilt and company. If the incantation to summon the messenger were to spread too widely, it would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. A sequence 9 Beyonder characteristic isn't expensive. Even if Bilt becomes greedy and hides a mystical item that has been made, it doesn't matter. After all, I still have a bunch of charms from the Sea God domain. Besides, it's not like I can't come knocking on his door to collect the debt. That's even better. For him to organize an adventure association, he definitely has plenty of money and ingredients. As Klein thought about it, he couldn't help but size up Bilt. At that instant, Bilt shuddered for some baffling reason as the hair on the back of his neck stood up. He felt that German Sparrow's gaze was like he was looking at a treasure. And as a treasure, this wasn't a good experience. Bilt looked at Sothoth beside him and forced a smile. This is a Murloc's bladder, right? There's basically no accident when creating a mystical item with ingredients of this level. The craftsman's fee is £150. You can pay me after the job is done. A very fair price. Klein nodded silently and tossed the Murloc's bladder over. After Bilt caught it, he added, "Also, help me ask that artisan if he has the ability to solidify the ritual to summon a spirit world creature on an item. The requirement is that it can be used for at least a year." "No problem." Bilt heaved a sigh of relief and gave Sothoth a look. Sothoth rubbed his sunken eye sockets and stepped forward. "Mr. Gehrman, do you have any interest in going out to sea? We already have a few good ships and are planning to gather people to hunt pirates in the east." "Interesting. But my current focus is on digesting the potion." Klein calmly shook his head. The smile on Sothoth's face froze for a moment before disappearing. He didn't say anything else because it was a rejection from an adventurer at the level of a pirate admiral. He and Bilt had already gathered the corresponding newspapers and confirmed the authenticity of the German sparrow. Klein slowly got up, pressed his hat to his chest, and bowed slightly. "Thank you for your help." Bilt's facial muscles contorted as though he was forcefully holding back something as he was about to say something. Finally, he slowly drew a breath and revealed a smile. "I should say that it's been a pleasure working with you." Klein sensed Bilt and Sothoth's abnormality, but he repressed his puzzlement and didn't ask anything. "I can't ask. Once I do, there'll be trouble and something will happen. I need to focus on digesting the potion." Klein turned around, walked to the door, and turned the handle. "Mr. Gehrman," Bilt suddenly blurted out. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he calmly turned his head and looked over. "Nothing? Haha, what I mean is that as a member of the fraternity, it'll be cheaper for you to drink here," Bilt said with a forced smile. "Do you think I'll ask what's going on?" "TSK." Klein nodded slightly, opened the door, and walked out. Watching his back disappear, Bilt was taken aback for 2 seconds before he let out a long sigh. "P.S. Please guarantee a monthly ticket for the new year. Divine King of the Nine Heavens." Chapter 631. Inside the room, upon hearing Bilt's sigh, Sothoth pressed down on the edges of his eye sockets and said in a deep voice, "Boss, that important figure will be arriving the day after tomorrow." Bilt looked back with a heavy expression. "I know. We only have 2 choices. 1, regardless of whether German Sparrow is trustworthy, entrust the mission to him and hope for the best outcome. The second is to immediately abandon our business in Orvie and leave with our cash and jewelry. We'll become pirates out at sea. I'm confident that I can get most of the sailors and adventurers on the pirate hunter to follow us." Sothoth paused before adding, "Boss, back when you were an adventurer and led us on a ship to hunt pirates, you were so resolute and resolute. I believe you've already made up your mind. There's no need for me to do anything else." "Haha, there's no need to flatter me." Bilt laughed bitterly. "I'm no longer the pirate hunter who showed no fear amidst blood and gunfire. The long and comfortable life has unknowingly corroded my will. I don't even wish to continue seeking opportunities to advance. My companions who have turned into monsters still seem to live in my mind. Phew." He exhaled as his expression turned solemn. "However, you're right. We don't have time to hesitate. We have to make a decision immediately." With that said, Bilt turned his head and pointed at the window with his chin. Sothoth was first taken aback before he understood what his boss meant. After leaving Sweet Lemon Bar, Klein strolled along the streets and prepared to hire a carriage at the crossroad. At this moment, he heard a crash from the window upstairs and saw a figure descend. Perhaps it was because he had experienced the Antigonus family's notebook and the strange telegraph office in Bancy Harbor, but Klein's first reaction was that Bilt Brando was dead. After he visited him, he had suddenly died and fallen from the building. When he landed on the ground, his eyes were wide open. This was just like when he opened the door to see Ray Bieber's mother dead in a reclining chair. Her corpse was already highly decomposed, and her eyeballs had fallen to the ground due to external vibrations. As such thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein clearly saw that the figure that fell from the building was Sothoth Young, and not Bilt Brando. Furthermore, he was in normal condition and was clearly still alive. Oh no, trouble is knocking on my door. Klein's heart skipped a beat as he made a more accurate judgment. If he were himself, he would definitely pretend that he hadn't seen Sothoth Young jump off the building to intercept him. He would turn around and leave before Sothoth could say a word. He would run until he lost Sothoth Young, just like how Admiral of Stars was being pursued by knowledge. It's a pity that I'm now German Sparrow. A crazy adventurer wouldn't flee because of such a trivial matter. Sigh, I've gained a better understanding of myself. It's a bonus. Klein stopped and looked at Sothoth, who was wearing a linen shirt and a brown jacket. He pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. Mr. German Sparrow, we have a very important matter to entrust to you. Here it comes. Klein replied with a calm expression. I haven't been free lately. This won't take up too much of your time. You can listen to the specifics before considering whether to reject or accept, Sothoth, who had a black beard, said sincerely. I'm just afraid that I'll have no choice but to accept it after hearing it. Actually, it's fine. If Bilt Brando and Sothoth Young dare threaten me and force me to accept the mission, I don't mind turning them into gold pounds and beyonder ingredients. Klein seriously thought about it and realized that he didn't need to worry too much at sea. With the strength of a pirate admiral, he could basically do as he pleased in most places. He took out the golden pocket watch inside his clothes, opened it, and glanced at it. I'll give you 5 minutes. All right, that's enough. Sothoth pointed at the entrance of Sweet Lemon Bar behind Klein. Returning to the previous room, Klein glanced at the wall clock and said with an indifferent expression, 3 minutes and 12 seconds left. His attitude made Bilt feel at ease for some baffling reason. He began to believe that German Sparrow had the absolute ability to complete the mission. Mr. Gehrman, I heard that you can transform into anyone, just like Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings in the past. Bilt seized the opportunity to ask. Who leaked this matter? Klein's brows pricked up as he looked at Bilt with a deep gaze. If news of German Sparrow being able to transform into anyone were to spread, it would be quite troublesome for Klein. This was because it would either make people think of creeping hunger or Zillings's death, or he would be suspected as a faceless by beyonders who knew certain secrets. The former might attract the attention of the Twilight Hermit Order, and the latter was likely to attract the attention of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, who would send people to investigate. Of course, the Church of the Evernight Goddess didn't have much influence at sea, so Klein wasn't too worried. He just didn't wish to have a conflict with the Nighthawks. When the time came, he would have no choice but to abandon his identity as German Sparrow. His image as a crazy, powerful, and soft-hearted adventurer would become more and more widely known, gaining recognition and more feedback. Bilt sensed the change in German Sparrow's gaze as his entire body tensed up. He chuckled and said, "This is news from the Black Death. Tracy. She's taking revenge on me. One day, I'll complete my hunt for her." Klein nodded gently. "You can treat this news as real." He didn't deliberately explain where his ability to transform into others came from, as it matched German Sparrow's persona. Bilt immediately heaved a sigh of relief and calmed down for 2 seconds. "We're helping an important figure find a body double." Under German Sparrow's indecipherable gaze, he explained in detail, "That important figure needs to take action alone to deal with a secret matter that can't be known by others. That big shot needs to act alone to deal with a secret matter that cannot be known by others. Therefore, there needs to be a substitute to deal with his daily affairs, meet different guests, deal with his mistress, and not expose any problems. He should be able to return in 3 to 5 days. We had already found a person who looked like him and spent a lot of time correcting his manners and accent. We also reported the good news to the big shot, who knew that the tramp would overeat and suddenly die of an illness the night before yesterday. Chen Zhao smiled. That important figure is about to take action on his own. We don't have the time to find another person who looks like him, so we can only seek your help. Isn't this the real acting opportunity one wanted? Klein's heart palpitated when he heard that. However, he acutely noticed something. To be called an important figure by the leader of the Adventurer Association, Bilt, meant that he was definitely a truly important figure. Matters surrounding important figures were often not simple. They contained considerable risk. Klein thought for a moment and returned with a deep question. Do you think this matter is dangerous? No, as long as you don't expose yourself, there won't be any danger. All you need to do is represent that important figure in the open. Heh, no one will dare assassinate him. Yes, I know what you're worried about. Are you afraid that the important figure will kill everyone in the know? Don't worry, the pirates have fabricated many malicious rumors about him. So as long as it ends successfully, no one will believe you no matter how you leak this matter in the future. It will only be treated as a joke, Bilt said with a smile as he spread out his hands. Klein didn't harp on the problem as he changed the subject. He asked, "What kind of remuneration can you offer?" £1,000 in cash, plus 3 opportunities to be made by an artisan. I'll help you pay for everything apart from the materials. Bilt started with German Sparrow's previous request and raised conditions that he believed he couldn't refuse. Not bad. But most importantly, the real acting opportunity. Klein looked at the wall clock and said, "I'll think about it. I'll give you an answer tonight." Regardless, it was necessary to head above the gray fog to divine the danger level of the matter. Considering that Bilt and Sothoth were Sequence 7 or even Sequence 6 Beyonders, Klein didn't request to use the washroom in front of them to prevent them from noticing anything amiss. As he didn't divulge the identity of the important figure, Bilt wasn't worried. He nodded. "All right. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation." On William Street, a stout Faceac man, who was nearly 2 meters tall, was searching for clues. Suddenly, his spiritual perception was triggered as he looked up. His surroundings were suffused with a light that resembled the first rays of dawn, illuminating the surrounding houses and street lamps as though they were illusions. At the same time, flames rose on the street as all sorts of supernatural phenomena appeared. Indeed, the Sauron family has sent someone. The Faceac who had his suspicions cast his gaze forward. He saw Nighthawks wearing either red or black gloves appear. He saw pitch-black gun muzzles covered in complicated patterns extend out from the rooftops and aim at him. Yet, the surrounding pedestrians didn't seem to notice anything. He also saw the Church of Steam and Machinery's Archbishop of Bakelin Diocese, Horimic, and the Church of the Evernight Goddesses Archbishop of Bakelin Diocese, St. Anthony. Right on the heels of that, through the corner of his eye, he saw the Sauron family raise their hands above their heads. The powerful Faceac spy did the same. They made a prompt decision and chose to surrender. Resistance would only result in death on the spot, but there was still a chance of redemption if they surrendered. At 6:30 in the evening, Klein came to Sweet Lemon Bar once again and met Bilt and Sothoth. He said in a deadpan manner, "Pay £500 in advance. Then, tell me who the target is." Bilt couldn't help but reveal a clear smile. As he gestured for Sothoth to head to the safe, he said in a deep voice, "He's the kingdom's highest naval commander in the Central Sonia Sea. His Excellency Admiral Amirius Revolt. Admiral Amirius Revolt. A true demigod. P.S. From today until 12th of February, there will only be one update at noon." Chapter 632. Admiral Amirius Revolt. A true demigod. Upon hearing Bilt's explanation, 2 words instantly surfaced in Klein's mind. "Sorry, goodbye." Seeing German Sparrow pricking up his brows inconspicuously, Bilt hurriedly explained, This won't affect the difficulty of the mission. This doesn't affect the difficulty of the mission. Here, no one needs a demigod to showcase their strength. He cleared his throat and forced a smile. To make this mission less difficult, His Excellency has specially arranged for the next few days to inspect the Orvi naval base. This way, he doesn't need to stay in the Central Sonia Seas Naval Base, the City of Generosity, Byam. As such, he can avoid Sea King John Cotman, the Rorsted Archipelago's Governor-General, George Negan, and most of his subordinates who are familiar with him. He can avoid his relatives who manage his family business there, as well as his mistress who is most familiar with him. That also means that you don't need to face the gazes of a demigod, nor do you need to face the numerous tests. Here, there are only 3 people who are familiar with His Excellency. The first is his secretary, Lieutenant Colonel Luan. He belongs to MI9 and is responsible for supervising His Excellency. He likely has used many names, but I'm not sure if that's his real name. The second is His Excellency's mistress here, a beautiful lady named Cynthia. It's said that her ancestor was a noble who was stripped of his title and exiled here. The third is Orvi's Governor-General, Aston Revolt. He's His Excellency's youngest brother. Count Revolt of the House of Lords is their elder brother. It doesn't sound too difficult. Furthermore, my divination results indicate that there isn't much danger. Klein fell silent for a few seconds before nodding slightly. I need detailed information regarding Amirius Revolt. We've already prepared it. This is his picture. This is a description of his hidden body. This is his accent. This is his habit of using words. These are his different reactions and attitudes towards different matters. These are the details of his interactions with Luan, Cynthia, Aston, and company. Bilt was delighted as he immediately took out the information from Admiral Amirius Revolt. Klein first took the picture and saw a black-haired, blue-eyed middle-aged man. He had a stern and old-fashioned bearing, and his hair volume was a lot more than the typical Ruan man. He nodded slightly and then raised his head. I know a lot of this information, but I believe you will definitely be able to memorize it in 2 days. You must be very professional in this aspect. Before Bilt's voice faded, he subconsciously took a step back. This was because the person in front of him was no longer the German Sparrow, but Amirius Revolt. The arrogance he exuded was no different from the person himself. Holy storm, this is almost a miracle. Bilt scrutinized him from head to toe and could not help but exclaim in admiration, however, your height can be increased by 3 centimeters, and your legs can be thicker. It's fine, there's no need to be in such a hurry. His Excellency the Admiral will arrive the day after tomorrow with the Royal Navy's Sonia Fleet's 1st B Squadron. He will inspect the Orvi Naval Base in the afternoon and host a banquet at the Governor-General's mansion. I have an invitation letter, so I can bring you in. You can observe His Excellency's behavior and attitude when interacting with different people. As he spoke, he took the £500 that Sothoth had taken out from the safe and handed it to Klein. Happy cooperation. Klein weighed the notes in his hand and scrutinized them. It's a pleasure working with you. Bakeland, William Street. As an inconspicuous member of the Red Gloves, Leonard Mitchell stood with his back against the wall of a building as he waited for the preliminary interrogation to end. He had his right foot raised and was only using his toes to touch the ground, appearing rather undisciplined. After a while, he saw his teammate return with a somewhat complicated expression. He was excited, puzzled, expectant, and nervous. Townsend, there's an outcome? Leonard's heart stirred as he smiled and went over. Yes. Townsend nodded and answered frankly, both sides have confessed. They can't lie in a dream. The thinning Townsend wore his top hat again and said, the contents of their descriptions are consistent. This street has a ruin belonging to the 4th epoch's Tudor dynasty. The entrance has been confirmed to be in that abandoned chapel. As for whether there are other entrances, no one knows for the time being. Is that so? Leonard didn't probe further. After exchanging a few words, he retreated to the edge and leaned against the wall again. He looked left and right and lowered his voice. Old man, this is your area of expertise. There's a ruin of the Tudor family hidden here. The slightly aged voice immediately sounded in his mind. You're really getting more and more impolite. In our era, disrespect to people of high status meant that one would become a living sacrifice. Also, it's impossible for a single Tudor family ruin to appear in Bakeland. Are they lying? Leonard asked softly. The slightly aged voice chuckled. No, it's just that they don't know enough. If my inference isn't wrong, the ruin here should belong to the Tudor-Tuluan-Sastal United Empire. What? Leonard was stunned. It belonged to an ancient dynasty he had never heard of. The slightly aged voice laughed. What an ignorant kid. After the first destruction of the Solomon Empire, it was replaced by the Tudor-Tuluan-Sastal United Empire. It ruled the entire northern continent in the form of a double consul. Double consul. Leonard ruminated over the term. The slightly aged voice laughed and sighed. In the ruin underground, there should be an inverted candlestick with 41 on the left and 40 on the right. There should be 2 thrones that look like they belong to giants and… it might be the place where Alista Tudor became the Blood Emperor. Leonard frowned slightly before he relaxed and smiled in a relaxed manner. He smiled in a relaxed manner and said, There must be many secrets hidden in there. Of course, but you aren't qualified to know. The slightly aged voice said. Leonard curled his lips inconspicuously. Next up, we should be exploring the ruin. The slightly aged voice laughed twice and didn't say another word. A minute later, Leonard saw Archbishop St. Anthony and the Church of Steam's Archbishop Horamic end their conversation and head back. Right on the heels of that, Horamic ordered all the Machinery Hive Mind members to evacuate, leaving the area to the Church of the Evernight Goddesses Nighthawks. What happened? Upon seeing this scene, Leonard was filled with questions. At that moment, all the Nighthawks heard Archbishop St. Anthony's voice. Red gloves gather. The remaining Nighthawks are to leave the world in the mirror. Find a reason to evacuate all the citizens here and promise them compensation for their houses. After all the citizens are evacuated, Red Gloves and I will destroy the ruin that originated from the Age of Evil. No entry is allowed. Destroy it directly. May the goddess bless us. Leonard didn't expect such a development at all. At 7:30 in the evening, Orvie Governor-General's office. Klein transformed into Sothoth, wearing a black tuxedo and a bow tie of the same color, and followed Bilt into the banquet hall. It was as warm as spring inside. A huge crystal chandelier hung down from the dome, flickering with countless candlelight, illuminating the entire venue as though it was daytime. In the right corner, a band in a vest and bow tie played a lively melody. On the left were long tables with roasted chicken, pan-fried foie gras, stewed lamb, Bakeland-style roasted goose, and Orvie lobster baked with cream cheese. Even from afar, Klein seemed to smell the fragrance they emitted. He planned on heading over to get a plate and fill it with food. At this moment, Bilt tugged at his sleeves in a restrained manner and turned his head. He suppressed his voice and said, "Remember the etiquette of such banquets. Our current goal is to observe His Excellency's actions. Therefore, just getting a cup of wine will do. There's Mist champagne, Ormer grape wine, and Southville red wine. They are all famous wines that are rarely seen outside. You can drink a little, but not too much. We need to maintain a sufficient level of sobriety. Yes, try your best to put on an act when drinking." Klein retracted his gaze and nodded. He and Bilt each took a golden and alluring cup of champagne from a red-vested waiter's tray. Then, they approached the center of attention of the banquet, Amirius Revolt, who was dressed in a dark blue admiral's uniform. With their status, they naturally had no way of approaching the admiral. All they could do was stay a little further away and observe his every move. Amirius's figure is ordinary and he doesn't look muscular. The corners of his mouth droops slightly, indicating his actual age. He doesn't have a beard, and his blue eyes seem to hide a dignified air that doesn't allow for rejection. His dark blue admiral's uniform is well ironed. There's a red ribbon on his shoulder that goes down to his chest. There are medals hanging down from it, there are golden nails on his sleeves, and they reflect the epaulets of the same color. He thought. The epaulets are split into 3 parts. From the inside out they are a crown with embedded rubies, a crossed scepter and sword, and 4 stars adorned with diamonds. Klein entered an extremely focused state as he used his faceless powers to memorize the Admiral's characteristics, as well as his attitude when conversing with different people. During this process, he only took a sip of the mist champagne, not caring about its taste. After gathering enough information, Klein exhaled and stopped his mind from working so crazily. The massive expenditure of energy made him hungry. Therefore, he placed the cup on the red-vested waiter's tray and prepared to head to the long table to get some food. At this moment, Bilt came over and said, "His Excellency has given me a secret signal. His Excellency the General gave me the secret signal. Let's meet him at the predetermined location." Klein retracted his gaze from the roasted chicken and swept Bilt with an indifferent gaze. Bilt shuddered for some baffling reason as he hurriedly turned around and led German Sparrow into the garden through the floor-to-ceiling windows. After walking on a secluded path for nearly a minute, he stopped and pointed at Klein's face. "You can transform into His Excellency the Admiral. Pretend that you are that tramp who looks like him." Klein nodded slightly as he wiped his face with his palm. This was to hide the disgusting things like granulation and pimples that might appear on his face when he transformed. After he lowered his palm, Bilt saw a middle-aged man who resembled Amirius Revolt. Very good. Bilt took a few steps forward and came to the sundry room's door. He reached out to push open the unlatched door. Amirius Revolt was still wearing the eye-catching Admiral's uniform. His side faced the entrance as he stood by the window, enjoying the garden's scenery. At this moment, he turned his head halfway and cast his gaze at the visitor who resembled him. The indescribable sense of authority and oppression made Klein involuntarily lower his head. Amirius Revolt's gaze didn't linger on him as he slowly moved it towards Bilt. He said without any emotion, "This isn't the tramp you previously mentioned. He's a Beyonder, Divine Emperor of the 9 Heavens.